Well, it is finally here. We are here for SummerSlam. SummerSlam is just round the corner. We are so close, within 24 hours, and I am genuinely excited. I'm really looking forward to it. I think that there are matches on both days that look really good. The match I'm most excited for is Gunther against Nick Aldis. Obviously, there's been some very interesting rumors today. Very interesting rumors, which I think, people are going to be very excited about. So we can get into a few bits and bobs. Let's start, shall we, by jumping over to the breakdown, the preview, if you will. I did get a bit of a kind of like a newsy background. I was thinking if ever there's like news, this would be pretty professional looking, don't know. So anyway, it's better than a black void, isn't it? So we've got all of this coming up tonight. It is a go home. I do want to stress that I am not expecting anything that crazy tonight. Obviously, we know Monday was, well, a lot of people would say hot garbage, dumpster fire. I went okay because I think it comes down to perspective. I did not have high expectations for Monday. It's a go-home show. I know what go-home shows are like, and I pretty much got that. If anything, getting a new champion like we got with Raquel was actually a surprise to me. I did not expect that. I thought Sol Ruka would retain. And if that had happened, to be honest, my score would have been lower. But I really did like that Raquel moment. I was not down on that Raquel moment. I was very, very pleased for her. So I felt like we at least got that on Monday. Tonight, probably similar. It's a go-home show. Everything's done. All the video packages are made. We're not going to do anything that groundbreaking, earth-shattering. The only thing I think we might get is another Raquel-type moment, because there's going to be matches that don't quite make SummerSlam that they're going to do tonight instead, like this tag match. So Damian Priest and R-Truth taking on the War Raiders. That easily could have been on the SummerSlam card, right? Easily. But instead they're doing it on SmackDown. And we've spoke about this before. Some people would say that's wrong. Some people would say it's right. I am probably more in the right category. And the reason for this is because we want to tune in to something tonight. We all want something to go down. And having a championship match on this go-home show makes this show a little bit more enjoyable. So if you move this championship match to SummerSlam, then what do we do tonight? What do we get tonight? Got to get something on this show. SmackDown's got to be worth tuning in for. So for me, you don't need to put all of your eggs into the basket. You can have the odd egg out of the basket, and this is one of those eggs. So we do have a championship match tonight. Damian Priest and R-Truth taking on the War Raiders. It says it is title for title. That's what it says there. Title for title. Damian Priest and R-Truth against War Raiders. Title for title. So someone's going to leave with 2 sets of tag belts. Now, are they? Or are we going to get some sort of shenanigan? Is it going to be a no contest? Is it going to be a double count out? Is it going to be something along those lines? I hope not. Because that to me is very cop out. That's very poor. Again, if we actually get someone leaving with both sets of belts, that strikes me as a moment. And that would be, that would be my thumbnail sorted. There might be something better than that tonight, but at least it's something, War Raiders with both sets of belts. I would think War Raiders. Let's ask you. Let's see what you lot think. I would think War Raiders. But let's see what you lot think. Who leaves with both sets of tag titles? I would think War Raiders, because I think Damian is about to sort of get into it with CM Punk. We saw a little backstage moment between them the other week, and they are in September going to go on this tour of Latin America. And so for me, Damian is someone that you might want to have free for that. So But I mean, he could do that and be champ, I suppose. Don't know. Let's see what you lot think. Who, if someone was to win both sets of belts, who would it be? So we've got that. We've got CM Punk, Cody Rhodes. They're going to be face to face before SummerSlam. We've got Giulia. She takes on Lash. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Giulia, Lash Legends. The winner is going to get added to that women's ladder match. So Giulia, Lash Legend, that goes down tonight. And then we've got Trick Williams. He's going to talk to Baron Corbin ahead of SummerSlam. So, yeah, loads of things happening here that are quite interesting. That I forgot about that women's match that's going to add someone to that ladder match. That'll probably be the next one that we're going to have to ask you about. Who do you think's going to win out of Lash and Giulia? So we'll put a poll up for that in a bit as well. Word doing the rounds that a Sami Zayn promo is currently set to open the show. So a Sami Zayn promo currently set to open up the show. Okay, let's get into the chat, shall we, and see where the conversation is at. So Connor says, what are your thoughts on Randy and Kevin both being on their way back? Could both be opponents for CM Punk if he retains? Thoughts? Yeah, good question. So this is what we were talking about earlier about rumors doing the rounds. My thoughts on it are, I was quite surprised to hear about Kevin, really pleased to hear about Kevin. And it's only just dawned on me really how much we've missed Kevin. Because one thing that you always got out of Kevin was a very entertaining segment. He's always a great promo. He's always a fun in-ring competitor. He's a fun character. Not fun as in Danhausen, but fun as in, you know, if he's going to be aggressive, he's always aggressive. If he's going to be goofy, he can play that role really well. He can be funny. If he's got to be focused, he can do that. Like, he's just a really great professional wrestler. And I think, you know, we've missed that. We've missed him. There's a lot of talent that are finding their feet and are learning. And, you know, have got various weaknesses in different departments. Kevin Owens just ticks all the boxes. You know, he could have a run with the world title. Like, I haven't even been thinking about CM Punk versus Kevin Owens. I mean, this injury that Kevin has had has been so severe that we haven't seen him for, like, is it a year and a half now? I feel like the last time we saw him was early 2025. I remember he had that match with Cody, which was amazing. I think was that the Rumble. And then he had a match with Sammy, which was even better. And I think that might have been Elimination Chamber. And then he didn't make WrestleMania. And that's where Joe Hendry kind of took Kevin's spot. I think I'm right. I think I'm right with all of that. That's how my brain is remembering it. It was early last year, I believe, that, you know, he kind of stepped away. He's been gone for so long now. I mean, anything over or around 12 months is crazy for an injury. Not unusual. ACL tears, things like that can see people out of action for quite a long time. But anything about 12 months is obviously a crazy long injury. He's been gone well beyond that now, to the point where he just wasn't even on my radar. I mean, I didn't even think about talking about him for SummerSlam. There's been no update or anything about him. So I got to tell you, the Kevin, I think this has come from Meltzer. If it is true, mate, exactly what we need. Experience, credibility, talent. You know, he ticks all the boxes. Imagine him coming back and getting into it with CM Punk. I mean, fantastic. Him getting into it with Seth. I mean, he can be a heel. He can be a face. Imagine him and, like, you know, trying to give advice to Sammy and Sammy crashing out on him. We don't need Sammy Kevin again, but to be honest, whenever they face each other, it's amazing. So, I mean, Kevin coming back would give you options. No word as to when he's coming back. No word as to if it is happening. I think it's just Meltzer saying that, you know, they're expected both to be back soon. Don't know that it's this weekend. don't know. I mean, Randy, I feel more confident with. Randy, I don't think is sidelined due to injury. I think he's just had the summer off. So, I think he can come back at SummerSlam, and actually it was part of our predictions. So that one, I don't want to say it's not as exciting, but is he going to come back and interfere and cost Cody? Yeah, I can see that. That one feels, I'll be shocked if anything other than that happens. I am expecting that. So that one's not as surprising, but I've got to tell you, man, Kevin Owens, I'm super excited. That has just not been on my radar, but it is now. Jackal, shout out to you, said Daze. Hope all is well. Motor City went to AEW. What do we think about that? Loving this new office-like background, said Jackal. Thank you, Jackal. So, yeah, Motor City Machine Guns go into AEW. I've got to be honest, I never watched TNA, so they're not a team that kind of meant much to me. I think that if you watch TNA, my understanding is that they are a fantastic tag team, amazing chemistry, one of the great tag teams of this generation. Certainly a name that I've heard of. Certainly a name that, even though, when I say I didn't watch TNA, I didn't watch it at all. Like, I caught bits in the early years, but in recent times, like the 2010s, going into the 2020s, anything I've watched, I've done streams for. And it's been probably 4 shows. And a lot of that is due to the relationship with NXT and the crossover stuff, right? They're just not on my radar. So I'm pleased for them, because I believe people when they tell me that they're an amazing team, that they're one of the greats of this generation, that their chemistry is fantastic. For me, I found them frustrating in WWE, because I think I was looking at them through the same eyes as a lot of WWE fans. And again, this is no knock of WWE fans, because I'm in that boat as well. I never watched them. I don't have any feelings or nostalgia or warmth or anything towards them. Nothing to do with them. You could change them for 2 other people, but I just don't have any feelings towards them. So what WWE needed to do is they needed to really work on getting them over as people, and people that you should like. And what they ended up doing was just bringing them out and kind of putting them in matches, a couple of backstage moments that didn't really tell us a great deal. And listen, I don't know why this current creative team keep doing this, but they got them to the belts so fast. Do you remember, they came in at the end of, I can't remember the year, 24 was it? They came in, and within like a month or so, they were at the belts. And the reaction to it was quite muted. The reaction was like, I think it was WWE's way of saying, this is a team that even if you've not heard about them, you need to be aware of them. They are good. But the thing is, that never works. Putting a belt on someone doesn't get them over. Otherwise, you would just put belts on people and they would get over. But it doesn't work that way. It's not that simple. You can't just put a belt on someone and all of a sudden we now care about them. If it was that simple, then Austin Theory would not be struggling to connect with the wider fan base. You just put a mid-card belt on him or the world title, and he'd be over, So it's not as straightforward as that. So for me, WWE seem to be, and I don't know if it's because they've got some writers that aren't from the wrestling world. We know they hire writers that come from the TV world. But you would like to think that the wrestling heads, the wrestling minds that are in those creative rooms, you would like to think that they would be able to jump in and go, that doesn't really work. Because they've done it with Sol Ruka. They did it with Giulia. They've done it with Stephanie. There's a list, actually, of people now in recent years where they've come in and got them to a title very, very quickly. And I would make the argument that it doesn't achieve what they think it achieves. And I would say with Motor City, you're just sort of like, okay, You're clearly being shoved in my face. I'm clearly, you're being shoved down my throat a little bit here. I'm being told that you're great. So now, show me what you've got. And understandably, it's going to take them a moment to find their feet. They're not going to get in there and just put on banger after banger after banger. So, you start watching their matches and you're like, that was okay. I mean, it was fine. I can't say it's anything that special. And I think this is the problem. If WWE are going to push you and highlight you and then you can't necessarily back it up straight away, I think it does more damage. Look at Sol Ruka. I mean, I don't know what her reputation is right now. I would like to think people look at her and see a lot of potential. I do. But I think, WWE have pushed her and pushed her quickly. And she was, slipping up on moves, botching her finisher. She botched even a couple of moves in that match with Raquel the other day. And, you're pushing this girl, going, she's amazing, you need to pay attention to her, blah, 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 blah. Let her get her feet under the table first, would you? Right? Let her get her feet under the table. Let her get comfortable. Let her find some confidence. Let her find some momentum rather than just straight into the deep end. Because it's just not fair. It's just not fair. And I think they did the same thing with Motor City. I really do. I think they put the belt on them, spotlight on them, straight to them. They could have gone to NXT. They should have gone to NXT. Even if just for a short period of time. Just so that we can get used to them and all of this. So, listen, I think WWE did them wrong. I think the booking was wrong. I think as soon as then the fans they pushed them, the fans didn't really take to them, and then all of a sudden the push ends, and they just sort of don't have anything for them then. So, look, they ended up going. They're in AEW. I believe AEW will use them better. I can't talk about if they'll get pushed to titles too quickly and all that sort of stuff. I don't watch AEW. But I think that they're great performers. I think in AEW, they'll be able to shine and they'll be able to show what, they can do. Hopefully in a more comfortable environment. Hopefully not pushed too quickly. I know they're not young, but, just give them a little bit of time to get settled. Like, it doesn't need to be a month later they've got the belts. So, yeah, I mean, I think there's lots of great teams in AEW for them to work with. I think that the AEW fans are probably, I don't want to be disrespectful, but maybe a little bit more smarter fans than WWE fans. And what I mean by that is not IQ. I mean, a lot of those WWE fans, certainly in the early years, were people that loved New Japan. And, they followed Kenny and the Bucks and all of that to this new company. Because don't forget, when AEW started, there wasn't an existing fan base of AEW fans. That fan base had to be fans from New Japan, people that had been watching Kenny and the Bucks. And then over time, you get Mercedes fans coming in or some Punk fans coming in, Cody fans, I mean? Like every addition adds to the fan base. And then, of course, people find it on TV. And so then they start getting into it. But I think the origin of AEW was people that had been watching other companies. You can get into WWE without having watched any other company. But I think the origin, which was not that long ago, 2019, of AEW was people that had been watching TNA, people that had been watching New Japan, people that had been watching WWE. I think that those fans are people that have been watching other promotions. So to them, they're going to know Motor City, I think, a lot better than your average WWE fan would. And again, this is not disrespectful to WWE fans. I've just told you I was in that same boat. So we're saying smart in the wrestling sense, having, people that watch loads of other promotions as well, which I know many of you in this community do. But you've got to remember, WWE is global. There's a lot of kids that tune in. I think a lot of us found it when we were kids. And when I was a kid, I'd give a glance to WCW, but I was a WWF guy. And so that's all I needed. So, I think about a lot of those kids that get their wrestling fix and love Roman and love Rhea, They don't need to tune into AEW or whatever. But I think the AEW fan base is a little bit older. I think it's watched other wrestling companies, and I think they'll do well over there, to be honest with you. I think they'll do well. So, quite an in-depth answer there. That's for me where it went wrong in WWE and why I think it could go better in AEW. Gary, shout out to you. Gary Scott Roger, shout out to you, my friends. Radiated Zombie, shout out to you. So, Radiated Zombie with a question. Radiated Zombie says, why do we think that Carmelo isn't on the cards? Yeah, it's a great question, this. So, we speak about this quite a bit. I think there's more wrestlers, than spots. So, you're always going to have people sat on the sidelines. I think they've looked at the mid-card title on SmackDown. They're not looking for Carmelo to go higher up the cards. They want him around that mid-card title. And so they're looking at Carmelo, who's a babyface. They're looking at Trick, who's getting massive babyface reactions. And babyface is fine. And, we've done Trick Carmelo. But I think for SummerSlam, they are looking more for the traditional babyface heel dynamic now. I think you could add Carmelo in and make it a triple threat. The problem is it's exactly the same as doing babyface, because you're still splitting the crowds. If the crowd look at babyface, they're going to choose which side they want, right? You're going to choose a side. I mean, unless you're just going to watch the match. But to be honest, if you just watch the match and don't really care who wins, I think wrestling misses a little something. I think it's always better when you sort of everyone's rooting for someone. This is where you get Hulkamania, everyone behind Hogan, But I think where you split the crowds, that's where wrestling can just sort of lose a little bit. So babyface, I don't think it's ever ideal. I don't think it's something that you would ever go out of your way to necessarily book. There are occasions where it's been done, of course, and it's been done, a fair bit over the years. But by no means is it the norm, right? The norm is babyface heel. Of course it is. If we went back through every match in WWE history, what percentage, I don't even know the answer to this, but what percentage would be babyface versus heel in comparison to babyface versus babyface? Babyface would be very, very low. I'd say 10%, 20% at most. The vast majority is babyface versus heel. And I think WWE have looked at Trick and they've looked at the reactions that he's getting and they're loving it because it's big, it's loud, and I don't think they want to dial it down. I don't think they want to turn that volume down. If anything, they want it to get louder. So we got to put him in there with someone that's a heel. We don't have too many heels at the moment. It's one of our problems. And so this is where Baron Corbin comes in. Baron Corbin's come back. He's a heel. He's easy to dislike. He can work. He's not someone that's going to give you a 5-star match, but he is a heel who can get in there and do heel things and, kind of frustrate Trick. And he's got a good size to him as well. So, I mean, Trick's a decent-sized guy. Baron Corbin's a decent-sized guy as well. I actually think the build for this needs to be a lot stronger because I don't think the build has been brilliant for this match. I feel like Baron Corbin should have been causing Trick loads. He should have murked Little Yachty. Do you know what I mean? Like, he should have been absolutely destroying Little Yachty backstage. Surely that's the only reason as to why Little Yachty's been hanging around, is because, well, his star power. I don't know how great that is, but he's not someone that's on my radar, right? But I'm sure he's a big current hip-hop star, whatever. But, like, surely one of the advantages is so a heel can beat up Little Yachty, leave him absolutely wasted backstage, Trick Williams then trying to get revenge for his friend. We haven't done any of this. And actually, a part of the build has been Carmelo And a lot of people are expecting this to go to a triple threat. So my feeling is, if it doesn't become a triple threat tonight on SmackDown, then the reason as to why they've done it is because they don't want to confuse the babyface heel dynamic. And they just want to go with a nice, simple, straightforward babyface heel story at SummerSlam. And, leave Carmelo out of it for that reason. I don't think it's something Carmelo has done. I don't think it's his fault. I just think that, our focus is elsewhere at the moment. And unfortunately in wrestling, you do find that happens. A lot of the time it's not the wrestler's fault. It's just they don't fit into the plans. They don't fit into the creative. And, my best guess is it's that. So could it be made a triple threat? Sure, they could do it. But someone somewhere has got to make a decision. And that decision is, do we want to just get Carmelo on the show because he deserves it and there's people out there that like him and let's make it a triple threat? Or is it better for Trick and maybe even Baron as well to just go out there and have a singles match? Because that way, hopefully the whole crowd are behind Trick. The whole crowd hate Corbin. It'll mean that Corbin gets all the heat. It'll mean that Trick gets all the enthusiasm, and it could help them both really establish themselves as heel and face moving forward. We can bring Carmelo into the story afterwards. Someone somewhere has got to make that decision. Do you go that way or do you go that way? So, yeah, again, I don't think it's anything really personal to Carmelo. I think it's just more a case of which direction are we going to go in. So maybe we'll get an answer on that tonight. There is a chance that he still gets added. There is a chance that the decision has been made that it's going to be a triple threat. But I think if the decision has been made that we would much rather a heel babyface dynamic and not confuse it, that's okay. That's okay. I mean, I think the best thing for Carmelo is to, he'll be frustrated. Of course he will. You don't spend your life training hard to be a wrestler and then just sit out the big shows. But if I'm Carmelo, as long as I know it's not something I'm doing wrong, as long as I know that it's just the current story just doesn't need me, and that, then, just stay level-headed. You got a big, long career ahead of you. There's going to be plenty of opportunities that come up. And, I think he should start getting frustrated if he finds himself missing out repeatedly. And I know people out there will say, well, he wasn't at WrestleMania and all this sort of stuff, but, he's still relatively new. I mean, how old is he? I mean, in my mind, is like maybe 31, if that. He is, 31. He's 31. So I always think ballpark, you can get to your mid-40s. I think quite comfortably. You can get to your mid-40s. Obviously, you might have the odd injury that takes you out for 6 months or whatever, maybe a year, but you should be able to get to your mid-40s, ideally. So he's probably got a 14-year career. So we've just done, WrestleMania 42. I mean, he's going to be around till WrestleMania 55. So, how much does he need to get upset about missing out on this? I would stay cool. I would stay focused. I would stay ready for what opportunity is about to come along and, jump on it. So, yeah, disappointing. I get it. I do. I understand. But yeah, this has happened before. It's going to happen many, many times in the future. Sometimes the story just doesn't require you. I hope when Drew returns that we could have Drew going, why is that son of a CM Punk champion? Would we want Drew Punk for the championship, says RTX. Would we want Drew and Punk for the championship? Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, obviously we've seen the feud. So we had that, was it 2 years ago, was it 2024? Yeah, 24. That amazing Hell in a Cell and big feud between them. So I can't say that I necessarily need a feud, but a one-off match, certainly if it was going to be somewhere in Europe, I think could be a very, very interesting matchup. I would continue with CM Punk. I do think the fans out there are clamoring for Drew to have a proper run with the championship. And if I'm Triple H, I've got that in my pocket. If I'm Triple H, I've got that in my pocket. If I'm Triple H, I'm like, okay, that is definitely something that I need to pull the trigger on at some point. So let's make sure we do that. I think right now, though, I think there was a bit of praise around earlier this year for CM Punk and his run. Don't forget, he picked up the belt last year when Seth got injured. And his run was all right. I mean, he defended against Bron Breakker. He defended against Finn Balor. Went into WrestleMania as champion, losing to Roman Reigns. People were sort of enjoying his segments. So I think, with Punk, you've got someone quite reliable that can always cut an amazing promo, can always give you a big match as well. He's I'm not going to say he's on top of his game, but do you remember not long ago people were saying he's done, he's washed, it's over? I mean, there's no sign of that in my eyes. Even Dave Meltzer gave him a 5-star match at WrestleMania. I was debating it. I think I personally settled on 4.75, but Meltzer went, no, it's 5. So, you could argue this is a CM Punk right at the peak of his powers. He's probably just past his peak, but I'm interested in going with Punk as champ for a little while. But listen, could Drew get it off him some point next year? Yeah, certainly. Could Gunther get it off him next year? Yes, because that's another one that we need to pull the trigger on at some point. Give Gunther that another run with a title. Although, I don't know as to when we get to it. And obviously, it's tricky because you're starting to get a few options lined up. But having options is not a downside. The only problem with options is you're always going to leave people disappointed because they always would have gone with the other option. That's the only thing. People would have always gone the other way. So it is what it is. But I'm liking Punk as champion. I expect him to get past SummerSlam as champion as well. Robbie said Daze Corbin has said himself on Instagram that Carmelo deserves to be in the match in response to a fan. Yeah, well, he does in the sense of the work that he's been putting in and the fact that he is someone that has obviously got the affection of the fans. There's always a good pop whenever he comes out. We kind of felt that way at WrestleMania as well. So again, it's down to opinions. It's down to decisions. The one man that kind of makes that final decision is Triple H. So he'll have to decide as to what he thinks the right thing to do is. So do you go with putting Carmelo in the match? A good chunk of you out there, probably the majority would say yes. Or do you just go with the heel babyface dynamic? Again, many of you out there would say, yeah, just go for that for SummerSlam. Don't divide the crowds between Carmelo and Trick. Just, have everyone focused on Trick as we continue to try to build him up. The other thing as well is, don't forget, you'll have casuals tuning into this show. So casuals that don't watch week in, week out, they might watch Rumble, Mania, maybe the odd Raw, but, they just tend to tune into the big shows. Again, we are fully focused on getting Trick over. Trick is not just a normal babyface. He is, Oba is actually overshadowing how amazing Trick is and how amazing his connection with the fan base has been, because Trick has come along at the same time as Oba and he's getting monster reactions. Like we have got someone here that can go on to be a main event star, someone that can cross over into pop culture. He's got a good size to him. He's quite tall. He's a good talker. He's got charisma. He's got a great look. There's a lot to like about Trick. There is a lot to like about Trick. So it's hard, isn't it? It's really hard because I can understand the dilemma. I can understand it. We'll find out tonight whether he gets added or not. But if he doesn't, I'm not going to say it's a massive, problem or, they've done him wrong and all this sort of stuff. I'm more chilled on it than that. I'm more chilled on it. For me, I get that Trick is this massive prospect, this massive potential, and putting him in like an old school heel face match where the whole crowd are chanting "whoop that trick" and the whole crowd are behind Trick, you could see why the optics of that would be quite desirable. RTX said what would be fun is if we did a battle royal with all the competitors that Danhausen has cursed. And maybe no one wins because everyone's cursed. So no one actually picks up the victory. Cart said, Finley, there is a Worlds Collide and a Triple Mania coming up in September. Is Finley around? Hello, Finley, if you are around. Connor said, Daze, I would have Finn Balor winning against Sami Zayn, okay? I would have him winning against Sami Zayn. Then we could do CM Punk Finn Balor for the championship. CM Punk Finn Balor, yes. Then we can still have Sami doing his crash out. Yeah, that's fine. We can do that. I don't have any problems with that. I think that that is a perfectly reasonable way forwards. I have also heard people saying Sami should win, and it should be the Sami wins thanks to cheating, so that way he really starts to get himself established as being a heel. He's getting heat anyway, but like cheating might just get the crowd to, boo him. And then he can go up against CM Punk. He can lose. So Finn loses, but is sort of protected in his loss. He lost because Sami cheated, and very obviously cheated as well. Sami then goes on to face CM Punk and ends up losing to Punk, trying to cheat, doesn't work, loses, and crashes out. So I don't know. The thing with that is you could go either way with it. I think this is why Finn Balor Sami is quite interesting to me this weekend, because you could go either direction. So I don't know which way they're going to go, but both have got merit, both work, and both could lead to Sami's crash out continuing. Keep the dream alive. Shout out to you. Says, how do we see the road to War Games going? Says, keep the dream alive. Good question. So, obviously, people know I'm not a big fan of War Games. I think it's a bit of a tired format now. I think it was a bit of a flawed format from the beginning, because War Games, to me, is quite a brutal, quite a violent match. And I just think that WWE are very PG with it, which I understand they kind of have to be. But you are really taking what makes War Games special and sort of watering that key element down, which is the brutality of it. I do think that AEW's Blood and Guts kind of gets more of the tone that I'm looking for than War Games. So I'm not the biggest of fan of the match. So the build for it, I mean, you've got to think there'll be one for the men and one for the women. I always think a good starting point when it comes to War Games is looking at what factions you've got. So for me, it's got to be Bloodline. So if I'm looking at Bloodline and I'm looking at LA Knight and Royce and Solo, then obviously at the moment it's 4-on-3. So it would feel, don't they tend to be like 5-on-5? So it feels like Bloodline are going to need another member, and it feels like the other side are going to need another couple of members. Some people are speculating, could Royce actually betray his team this weekend or in the future? Because obviously he's got a history with Jacob, and Jacob could absolutely be putting a word in with Roman going, listen, this is my guy. Yeah, I know they're fighting at the moment, but they're sort of fighting because they have to fight. They're on opposing sides. But actually, it doesn't mean that the love for each other is not there anymore. It doesn't mean that the deeper feelings are gone. They're fighting because they're being pitted against each other right now. But that doesn't mean that Jacob can't be going to Rome and saying, listen, I can get him to join us. I know he's not blood, but he is blood with me. That's my brother, And some people are saying that that's something that could happen. If that happens, that gives you 5 on the Bloodline side. And of course, then it means you go down to 2 on the other side. So, you would have LA Knight, who's distrusted the Bloodline from the beginning. Solo, And then, of course, we would need to bring in some others. I wonder if this is where you get the likes of Finn Balor coming in. This is where you start bringing in people like Damian Priest and whatever that can just fill the teams out. Because we don't have two big factions outside of, say, Judgment Day versus Bloodline. But, I mean, I don't see that happening. Because, I mean, what males have we got in Judgment Day? We've got two, haven't we? I think we got Dominic and JD, and that's it. So, I mean, even Judgment Day's not really ready to go to war with Bloodline. So, you know, they'd have to get a load of extra people being added. So, yeah, I think I'm probably looking at this match, this 6-person match at SummerSlam right now, thinking that that's going to be the foundation for the War Games match, which is still a good few months away, of course. So, I mean, it could all change by the time we get to that. The other thing as well is some people have said Solo might jump over. Solo could switch sides, and Solo could actually go back to his family and he could betray. Because I tell you, Sammy used to be in the Bloodline, and he was the comedy character. And, oh my God, people love the pew pew pew. People love that from Solo the other day. So Solo has kind of leaned into the comedy stuff. So actually, there is a place for him in this Bloodline, and it's not as the Enforcer anymore. That role is taken by Jacob. His role in this Bloodline would be the Sammy comedy character type guy, which is fine. I mean, it's a role that's, you know, needed, to be honest. I don't know why Jimmy's not doing it, because Jimmy apparently is very funny. He doesn't always show it on the show, but I've heard he's behind the scenes always doing jokes and whatever, and always pranking and whatever. So, yeah, but Solo could turn on LA and Royce, go back to, you know, the Bloodline. I mean, they even said to him, didn't they, you know, make sure you run the play. Everyone was laughing at the pew 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 stuff, but I think, wasn't it Jimmy that was saying, you know, don't let us down this weekend, make sure you run the play. I don't think they've necessarily told him like anything other than, you know, we know that they've been trying to bring him back to the Bloodline. And I think they're saying, you can still join, you know, or you know what you got to do. Just turn on your partners this weekend. There's room for you. So I know people want to see Zilla and they want to see all these other people, but I think you got a couple of options there with Royce and Solo that you can switch, do a betrayal. They can join Bloodline. It's easy to flesh out the other side because it's just a collection of baby faces. You know, without even thinking, you can go Damian Priest, you can go Carmelo, you can go Finn Balor, you could go Trick Williams. Do you know what I mean? You just put them in the team to make up the other side. You just have LA Knight going around trying to recruit members. So that for me is like the most logical from where we are right now. I would say that's the most logical. Personally, I'd love to do Team Triple H versus Team Shane. We were talking about this the other day. Feels to me like WWE needs a major shakeup. And so I would be really interested in Shane coming back saying that he wants what's his and that he wants to take this company over like he was always meant to. And actually Triple H kind of putting his foot down going, this isn't that world anymore. Thanks, but we don't need what you're bringing type thing. And do you know what I mean? All of a sudden, a power struggle. And actually, you know, Triple H could even talk to Nick Khan about it. And Nick Khan could be like, listen, the TKO board want whoever is the right person to steer this ship forwards. So, as much as I love you, Paul, and as much as I love working with you, you and Shane need to figure this out because TKO want to work with whoever the stronger option is going to be. So I recommend you get your head back in the game and you get this figured out. And actually, I'd love that angle where TKO and Nick Khan are like, we don't want nothing to do with this. We want the right person, the strongest person to be steering the ship. And Triple H, if that's not you, we're quite happy to start working with Shane. And I think that could be really interesting because all of a sudden the whole power and control of WWE is now at stake. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not just a I'm better than you, I deserve that championship story. Really, now it's like, who's going to be running WWE going forward? These are stories that we've told before. Of course, you know, we've had like, you know, Ric Flair coming in and all that stuff, and Eric Bischoff being hired in by Vince and whatnot, and we've pitted GMs against each other. So, you know, this isn't anything revolutionary or new, but I do think WWE needs to think on a bigger scale than what they've been thinking, because I think the fan base is looking for something seismic, and it's not getting it. It's just getting, is it going to be Cody or CM Punk that's champion? Should Carmelo be added to the Trick Williams match? Do you know what I mean? These are the conversations that people are having. You know, was the Danhausen segment one of the worst of all time? Are we pleased Raquel won the Women's Intercontinental Championship? Is Seth going to beat Roman for the belt? Do you know what I mean? Should Sammy win the number one? Do you see what I'm saying? The conversations we're having are not grand in scale. They're not, you know, shaking the foundations of WWE. And I think, you know, they could start looking at some stories that could start getting bigger and being more meaningful and grabbing more attention and maybe getting that excitement flowing a little bit more. So, yeah, I wish I could give you a better answer than that, but that's genuinely right now where I sort of see it heading. Not the sort of match I would be booking, but you could even do a whole new school versus old school thing. We're here to take over type vibe. I think we've done that before as well, where you get like the old timers against like the youngsters, and obviously you make the youngsters look really, really good, and that could be a good way of building up some star power. But I don't think you would need War Games for that. You could do that in a traditional Survivor Series match, where you get like older established stars and younger stars. That's not as exciting, but I'm just exploring different themes for teams of things that you could do. So yeah, my answer is in there somewhere. King Gamer said, was the Shield turn done to make Roman the ultimate face, or to really show Seth as a top guy? King Gamer, I was trying to finish off your comment there, but it jumped. There it is. Have we been satisfied with any of Seth's world title reigns, says King Gamer. King Gamer, yeah, good question. The Shield turn was done because they were happy with what the Shield had done as a unit. This was always a vehicle to get these guys to the main roster where they could then dig into them as individual talents. I think it was Roman that was long ago identified as the guy, right? So I know Seth did the turn and then joined up with the Authority. And I think the hope was that Seth would go on to be this heel character aligned with Triple H, aligned with, the Authority, that Roman could help bring down. Roman was identified as the guy. I mean, they split in 2014 and Roman's winning the Rumble in 2015. I mean, WWE obviously are well aware of the love of Daniel Bryan, and they're well aware that there's other superstars, you know, like in very early 2024, late 2023, the fans are still very much with CM Punk, right? And he goes in early 2014. So yeah, for me, there's other people that were around in 2014 that the fans were siding with, most notably Daniel Bryan. But it's the case that they want Roman, and this is why over that next 6-year period, he's just shoved down your throat. Because Vince had identified him as being the guy. And this is why Roman main events all those manias and, you know, the big dog character and all this sort of stuff. He was the guy. He had the size. He had the look. He's a good looking guy. And they weren't wrong. I mean, Roman is the right horse to back, in my opinion. Look at what he's achieved. Look at how big of a star he has become. And, you know, they've opened the door for him. He's walked through. He's killed it. He's done an amazing job. And, you know, there'll be people out there saying, yeah, if you gave Seth those opportunities he would be able to do that. We don't know. I mean, what I can tell you is that Roman is taller, has got a better physique, has got an amazing look. The women are swooning after him. He's being, like, you know, put in films. The guys are acknowledging him, and he's just got this aura, this X factor, which I would argue Seth does not have. I think Seth is a pretty normal looking dude who just happens to be a fantastic professional wrestler. Whereas I think that Roman is somewhat special. I mean, he's just very marketable. So I can't say they got it wrong. I think the timing was wrong. I think the push was wrong for Roman. But my understanding is he was always identified as being the horse they were going to back. And Seth was always going to have a great career, as was Dean, after the Shield split. Are there any memorable Seth runs? Yeah, I would say that first one. That first one to me was memorable because obviously he gets it by cashing in at WrestleMania 31. And then, you know, he carries it whilst being in the Authority. And so, you know, we've got like security, J&J security, who are taking big bumps for him. You've obviously got the likes of Kane still around. You've still got Triple H kind of stacking the deck in his favor. And I think they had a really great vision for that first run when he was the architect. I think they had a great vision as to what they wanted him to look like and how to be presented. I mean, I remember him sitting in like an office chair in the ring during that period, where, you know, he was the chosen one, really. He was the one that Triple H had identified as being our guy. You know, he was corruptible, and he broke up the Shield, and they positioned him as being this sort of kind of evil mastermind that could back it up in the ring. And I think that first run was quite impactful for me. I thought the optics of it looked really, really good. But after that, not so much. Not so much. I think, you know, his first run with the World Heavyweight Championship was okay. It was okay. I mean, he carried it for a while and defended it against a fair few people, but I can't say that it was like anything that mind-blowing. That was around the same time as Roman's run, 4-year run, so it was quite overshadowed. But yeah, for me, Seth is, is someone that probably could still have a very noteworthy run. I don't know if the landscape is set up for it, though, because he needs heels. He needs to face heels, and we have a lack of great heels. There's not great, credible heels for him to face. Although Bron Breakker would be one. Bronson Reed could be someone as well. You know, he's always got the vision to kind of tie up with. But I mean, would anyone expect Rusev to beat him? You know, Ethan Page could be interesting, but maybe a bit early at the moment. So maybe Ethan, you know, it would be a no-go. But ultimately, Ethan Page could be someone in that conversation. But yeah, I think that we've just got a little bit of a lack of credible heels that you could legitimately see getting that title off of Seth. But I think if you set the table correctly, because I don't think we're a million miles away. I mean, I can think of a few names, but we definitely need to turn some people. You know, Sammy, for example. If we could get Sammy into a program with Seth, I mean, that could be very interesting. So we've got the talent. We just don't quite have the heels in place, the credible heels in place. But I think if we set the table correctly, you could probably get a good run out of him. But I don't expect it. I think they'll keep going with Roman. I think most people are in that boat. Do we still not have any updates on when the John Cena Classic tournament's happening? Same as always, end of the year. Destin said Elimination Chamber died when they stopped putting championships on the line. Yeah, I don't disagree with that, actually. I think the prize of the winner gets to go and fight the champ at WrestleMania is okay. But I think it was always quite exciting when an actual belt was on the line. I think the Elimination Chamber, it's hard as well, because I think we've sort of done everything that you can do with it. As we said, the Rumble will never get boring, because the Rumble has got a built-in surprise element. So every time you count down, you have no idea who's coming out. Could be a Legends, could be a AAA person, a TNA person, an NXT person, a big name. It could be anyone, right? A celebrity. I mean, it could be anyone. So the thing with the Rumble is it will never get boring, because every time you count it down, you just don't know who's coming out next. Obviously, 99% of the time, it's probably not someone that exciting, but you never know. With Elimination Chamber, we were talking not long ago about should some of the pods be covered up, and you don't actually know who's in them until, the door opens, and, would that just inject a little bit of a surprise element that I think is probably missing from the Chamber? Because the thing with the Chamber is, who's in them, you can root for certain people to win, but, when the match actually starts, we've seen a lot of the stuff in the match. We're jumping off pods we've seen Kalisto climb to the middle of the thing and fall down off the very roof, off the very center of it. Like, we've seen everything. So I don't think there's anything in the actual match itself that can necessarily surprise us. And for a big gimmick match like that, maybe it's just lost a little bit of its edge. Perhaps it's just a little bit tired for some people now. I think it can be saved with a little bit of a fresh coat of paint, bit of a refresh, as we said. Just even if it's one pod where there's a surprise, that could freshen it back up. But I don't hate the Chamber, but I also equally wouldn't hate if they changed it for something else next year, and we did something else. But the Chamber's fine. It's all right. It's never going to be the Rumble. It's never going to be a match that's going to really, get the juices flowing too much, unless it's like for the World Heavyweight Championship and it is Punk, Bron Breakker, Seth, Sammy, Roman. Do you know what I mean? Like, unless they stack it and put the belt on the line, kind of a thing. I agree. I mean, that takes it to a different level, doesn't it? But I don't mind it. I don't hate the Chamber. The Chamber's okay. I don't feel the same way about that as I do War Games. They've probably thought of doing a WrestlePalooza, but decided to not do it after how it turned out last year, says Kader. Yeah, that's interesting. There has been chatter about what's happening with WWE PLEs this year. I don't think we've had any update yet, have we, in regards to... we've still got, like, some dates missing. So, coming up, we still don't have anything in September. So, for August, we've got SummerSlam. And then at the end of August, we've got NXT Heatwave. So, don't forget, we are around this weekend for SummerSlam. You don't need me to tell you that. We're here for SummerSlam this weekend. If you've not left likes on those streams, I'd really appreciate it. We're not going to try and get to 1,000. I don't think we will achieve it. But we'd like to get as many likes on those streams as we can. Heatwave for NXT is August 30th. Then in September, we've got Sunday night's main event and Worlds Collide, but no main roster type show. I think Worlds Collide is that AAA against NXT? I don't think that involves much Raw and SmackDown. I don't think it does. So I think that's more... I think that's... I mean, it'll probably have a Penta, and a Rey Fenix and people like that, but it's not really a replacement for a WWE proper PLE. It still feels to me like we need some up for September. Then in October, we got Money in the Bank. In November, we've got War Games. So, yeah, I still feel like we need the main roster PLE for September. And we never do anything in December. We used to do TLC, but we don't do it anymore. So, yeah, WrestlePalooza would have sat there. We still don't know what's going on with Saudi. I mean, we should do Crown Jewel. So I'm guessing Crown Jewel is the one. that should go in there. But I mean, it's quite close, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? It's the 31st of July and we have not announced Crown Jewel. And if you're doing that in September, I mean, you weeks. I mean, what about if you do it September 15th? That's what, 6 weeks away or something like that? I mean, it's very close. Very close. You've got to sell tickets, promote it, all that sort of stuff, you know? So I don't know. I don't know what's happening with that. It's all gone very, very quiet. We were expecting another Saudi show this year. Was expecting one. Elimination Chamber. Oh, yeah, we read that. Let's go down. Tyler, shout out to you. I just saw Tyler said, if Brock doesn't retire, what's going to be next for him? Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, so there was a chatter yesterday about Brock. I almost did a video on it, but to be honest, by the time I saw the news, it had already been out for about an hour. So I kind of thought, oh, I think everyone's probably seen it now. I think that he retires personally. So I read the article, and I think it said something like there's a backstage source who doesn't believe this weekend it's done. The only thing I'd say about that is it could be one person that just doesn't believe it's going to be over this weekend. I don't know how much stock we can put into that. I don't know how much, you know, the report didn't say categorically he's not retiring. There are plans in place. It did not say that. It said that there was a source that I think WrestleVotes had spoken with who didn't believe that this would be the end for him this weekend. And I think the wording of that is obviously very important because I don't know who they've spoke to. I mean, it could be someone very high up, someone in creative, or it could be someone that sets the ring up, right? Who's just got an opinion. So I don't know. I can't say that it's massively shifted my thoughts. I mean, I do think there is a chance that he comes back. We were talking about this because what if WWE offer him a load of money to appear in Saudi at WrestleMania? He doesn't really have a reason to turn a load of money down, and he's not going to be bothered about saying he's retired and then coming back. That's not going to bother Brock Lesnar in the slightest. So I could see him leaving the boots in the ring again and the whole retirement thing and everything going the way that they planned. And then, yeah, the question is, next year, once the dust has settled, you know, do they pick up the phone to him and go, listen, WrestleMania, it's in Saudi. We've got money. Are you interested? And listen, I think they can make that phone call to John, and I think John turns it down. You can make that phone call to Brock, and I think the answer is how much money. I think that's the answer. So a Brock Lesnar retirement, is he ever going to be properly retired? Well, one day he will. But if he does retire at SummerSlam, is that going to truly be it? Maybe not. Maybe not. But I still think we could witness the retirement, right? And then what would the plans be in the future? Well, Gunther's the big name, isn't it? I mean, to me, Gunther's the big name because he was the person we were expecting to retire Brock at SummerSlam. So Gunther, Brock next year at WrestleMania, you could totally see that. The belt might be on Gunther by then, and it could be a title match, and it could be that Brock is back, and you could really build it up that this is a big threat to Gunther and to his championship. And then Brock comes back and might lose. And Gunther continues. And it was just all hype for WrestleMania. So, I don't know, man. I think that, I think with Brock, people are probably a bit kind of not bothered in the sense of a lot of us thought we had seen his retirement at WrestleMania, right? I know there's people out there that are like, no, I never did. I never believed it. That's great. You know, brilliant. I'm pleased for you. I did. I thought that was it because timing wise, we've said before, the Janelle Grant situation, I think to me, the Janelle Grant situation was definitely a problem. I mean, it looked like it was all going to go to court. It looked like it was all going to come out in the open. It looked like it was going to be messy. I mean, I remember when Brock came back at SummerSlam last year, Janelle Grant's lawyer put a message out saying the court case is still going ahead and we're looking forward to the evidence involving Mr. Lesnar being heard in court. You know, they did not congratulate him on his return, or, you know, there was no warmth towards him. There was no feeling of, you know, this is an innocent guy that's been caught up in all of this, you know, congratulations or anything. No, they purposely put a statement out saying that they were actively looking forward to all the evidence being heard, including that involved Mr. Lesnar. So for me, that court case was meant to be starting in July. I looked at the situation and thought, well, Brock calling it quits at WrestleMania, yes, it could be WWE that have, you know, told him to do it, and maybe that does come out in a future Unreal, right? But I could believe that it was his decision because he wanted to get out before the Janelle Grant case got started. Then the Janelle Grant case, it started to become apparent that actually it was going to go to private arbitration, which means that it gets settled kind of away from the court. They sort it out amongst themselves. It means no more evidence is getting heard. You know, all of that stuff's not going to be made public. As soon as that changed, you know, it's around that same time Brock Lesnar comes back. So timing-wise, I think it's very interesting. I don't know if it totally marries up. I don't know if it's not a WWE decision to have him fake retire, whatever. The only thing I know is I could believe him retiring at WrestleMania was legit. And so for me, I've already feel like I've said goodbye to him, really. Their second match I thought was a disgrace. I was very opposed to it because I was all right with him coming back and having the match, but I hated the fact that he beat Ober with, I believe it was a pin. I mean, I at the time I was kind of ranting about why didn't you just have him counted out, or why did it have to be a pin? It's okay if you want it to be 1-1 so that we have a third match, but why did it have to be that way? And for me, him retiring and then him coming back, not crazy about that. Him beating Ober clean, well, say clean, but not crazy about that. And so I think these things now have kind of soured people a little bit on this third encounter. I'm all right with it because it's Hell in a Cell. And actually, yeah, I think Ober wins. And I think Brock kind of goes to retire again, although how much impact that's going to have this time around, probably not as much because we've already seen it a few months ago. And people still aren't going to quite believe it now, because I agree, if he gets paid money by Saudi, he'll probably come back. But yeah, if he comes back, I would think the Gunther match would be waiting for him. Chris, shout out to you. Hope you're well, my friends. Chris said, Sammy and Kevin reuniting to take out everything after Sammy loses again. The heel turn could then be complete. Yeah, interesting. I could see them joining forces. Yeah, absolutely. I could see them also being on separate sides, though, because I could see Sammy crashing out and I could see Kevin coming over going, listen, what's going on? And trying to be that friend. And maybe Sammy ends up kind of attacking Kevin. I wouldn't have them have a match. I know that sounds crazy, but I would just have it whereby Sammy kind of lashes out at Kevin to the point where Kevin knows he's gone. He's freaking out. It's best if I don't hang around. I wouldn't have him attack him to the point where he's beating him up brutally backstage, because then you've sort of got to do a match. But I would have it where he's grabbing a hold of him, shoving him round, pushing him down, screaming at him, maybe threatening to take it further, and Kevin gets the message, sort of backs away type thing. I could see it where you make it very clear that Sammy is in such a bad place right now, even a friend as close as Kevin cannot get through to him. And actually then, for some reason, if he does continue to hang with Johnny, That's actually quite interesting because Kevin can't get through, but Johnny can, even though Johnny's doing this planking thing. So, I don't know, there's a few dynamics that I think you could play around with there. Or, as you said, put them together, make them both heels, and just have them murk everyone. I mean, you could go that way. The only thing with them being together as a tag team is we've done that as well, haven't we? I mean, do you remember when they won in the main event of WrestleMania the other year? Do people want us to go back to them as a tag team? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe we've already sort of... They weren't heels, they were baby faces, but... I don't know. With Kevin, I think you got lots of options. With this crashing out Sammy, I think you've got lots of options. I think I'm excited to have options. The only downside, as we said earlier about options, is that you're going to have to pick one, and that's probably going to upset people because people would have gone the other way. So it's good having options. Makes the future unpredictable and quite exciting because we could go that way, we could go that way, we could do this, we could do that. But someone, Triple H, is going to have to make the final decision. And then people will be like, I wouldn't have done that. I would have gone this way instead, you know? That's kind of where we are with wrestling. And I'm guilty of that. I think we're all guilty of that. I mean, you know, he had to make a decision of, do we do the John Cena heel turn? We either do it now or we never do it. I would have never done it, because I don't think him doing it last year was the right decision. But, you know, he had to make that decision and he made it. And, you know, I was sat here going, I wouldn't have done that. So, you know, that's kind of wrestling. That's how wrestling works. But yeah, with Kevin, you got lots of options. RTX said the ladder match for the championship do a ladder match for a championship in elimination. Ooh, that's another fresh coat of paint. Don't hate that. Don't hate that. I mean, some people will say that you're putting a hat on a hat, to steal a term from Jim Cornette. You know, it's a gimmick on a gimmick, but actually it's somewhat fresh as well. You know, some different elements. Belt suspended above the ring, and a couple of ladders in there, and then, you know, you win the match by not getting a pin or submission. But you can do that to eliminate people. You pin them or you submit them throughout the match. But other than that, it's a ladder match in there. I think that's very interesting. I think that's a good shout. I think that just injects a new element into the match, which just will freshen it up a touch. And actually, why is it that you have to do the same thing all the time with an elimination chamber? Why can't you introduce something along those lines? I do not hate that at all, honestly. Shining Wizard said, I'd like to see NXT do a showcase hour on the PLE kickoffs. That's a great shout as well, you know. That's also a great shout. I like that. There's a couple of really great ideas that have just been chucked around by you guys. I would take both of those. I agree. I think the thing with the kickoff show, and some people might disagree with this, but the thing with the kickoff show is I think you could do a slight picture-in-picture situation. Make the match the bigger picture, so it takes up the bulk of the picture, and then have a little square in the corner, because I do understand that they are trying to use that time to promote the show that's coming up. So if you show them a match of Zarya versus Ren Sinclair, yeah, that match could be fun, but it doesn't really have much to do with the event that's coming up. It doesn't really have much to do with SummerSlam. So really, you need people, that your casual fans that don't really watch, to tune into that show and be told why you need to be tuning into SummerSlam. And so I think WWE have got themselves into a situation where they've convinced themselves that doing 2-3 hour countdown shows where you do nothing but preview the pay-per-view, the PLE, talking about each match, doing predictions, doing backstage interviews, that this is the best way of promoting the show. The downside is that we don't need it, because we know everything that's happened, because everyone here pretty much, I would say, if you're here right now, you know, hour plus before SmackDown begins. You are such a hardcore fan, you want to get stuck into some wrestling conversation. And that's what we do in these 2 hours. You know, we get stuck into some wrestling conversation. I chuck ideas around and I encourage all of you to share your thoughts about whatever topic we're talking about or any other topic in the chat at the same time. It's no problem to just put at whoever and just send them a message. And I love that. I love when I look in the chat and you lot are chatting amongst each other. I encourage that. So, you know, if you lot are here now, it's because you want to talk about wrestling, think about it in a different way, think about some different, you know, try and understand why they're booking certain things. We don't have to agree with it, but like we can at least try and get our head around why things are happening or what the latest rumors are, or, you know, and that's why we do what we do. But you got to remember, there's a lot of casual fans that do not do that. They don't even know what the matches are or why they're happening. So they need that information. And you could make the argument the video package before the matches should do that. And I think that's very fair. And you can make the argument that actually the hardcore fans deserve to tune into a countdown show and get something more out of it. I think that's very fair. But this is where I wonder if you could do a picture-in-picture type thing where you show the match, but in the corner, you're still promoting SummerSlam with a video package that can sort of show. So for us, we would watch the match. But if someone jumps in and they're like, what's this? They've got a match they can watch, but also in the corner, just a constant feed of SummerSlam matches, maybe showing why they're happening. And like, you know, kind of, because you don't need sounds for some of these things. You can just sort of show someone attacking someone and then show the matches coming up and kind of get the main points across. I think that's a nice balance, actually, because I think I understand why we don't have matches. As we said, it's to promote the show. But equally, then, us fans that watching week out, we miss having something else to watch. So I agree with you. I think a showcase there would be brilliant. But I understand why WWE don't do it. So can there be a compromise found? Can there be, you know... I mean, if it's just one match or a couple of matches, then maybe you don't need to worry about such things. But if it is going to be something that takes up, you know, an hour or, you know, longer, then and certainly if it's the hour right before SummerSlam starts or the PLE starts, I can understand why WWE would want to actually not be putting matches on. So it's a different mindset, isn't it? I mean, other companies do it, but then I don't have the data that says which works better. Do you know what I mean? Is it that since they stopped doing matches on countdowns, have they seen a slight uptick of people actually buying the PLE? There must be data that says this works better. Otherwise, they wouldn't do it. There must be data that says that. So, yeah, I think these are the sort of things that you have to take into account. But I like it. I agree with you. There's an opportunity there to showcase the new emerging talents, get it in front of some eyes that maybe don't watch NXT, but equally, is there a way of still promoting the show as well? I would like to see... Oh, we read that. Daze, what do you think about Bronson Reed returning at SummerSlam, said Stuart, and Stephanie returning? I think Stephanie has got a chance. Bronson's probably got a chance. They probably both got chances. I mean, the one thing I don't expect is I don't expect tons of returns. If you look back historically at SummerSlam and WrestleMania and these kind of events, you don't get every match where someone comes back or someone interferes or whatever. Like they give you a few things. It's like the Rumble, isn't it? It's not like you get 20 odd surprises or returns or craziness. Like they'll put in 3 or 4, but I mean, it's not 10 or 15 or so. But I do think there's people that go into the Rumble sort of with that as a mindset. Certainly if you know, every time you get to a Rumble, people love talking about what the potential surprise is going to be. Of course they do. That's the whole point of the Rumble. But I mean, you normally end up with like 20 odd names. And the truth is, you're probably going to get 3. And that's it. So I would say here the exact same thing. I don't think you're going to get Randy and Kevin and Stephanie and Bronson Reeds and whoever else, right? I don't think you're going to get all of these. I think you'll get a couple, 3, something along those lines. But there's potential for them, absolutely, because I've not heard that they're on the shelf for an extended period or anything like that. I think it's interesting what Meltzer said about Randy soon, very soon. And Kevin. I mean, where did Kevin come from? That was one that I was not expecting. So Kevin would be a wonderful surprise for SummerSlam. I mean, that would be a moment, wouldn't it? That's a moment right there. When, I'm going to say when, because honestly, I don't even think it was guaranteed that he was going to return. So I'm going to say when, more so than if. But when he returns, it's going to be a moment. I think, this report has filled me with confidence now that maybe it's no longer if, but I think it was if for a time. I think it was. He was talking like it was bad. It was serious. It was career over type stuff. But he's not come out and sort of called his career quits, has he? Like Big E has. So, yeah, that'll be huge. If I could get one, it would be that. But, there's people talking about Naomi. Is Naomi about to come back? Saying she must have had the kid by now. Is she coming back? So, there'll be a healthy list of people that people want to see. In fact, I put 4 on the channel. I put Naomi, Drew, Randy, and Stephanie. I put those 4. But, I mean, you can easily find another 4 that I could have put up. I think I saw Randy was winning the poll, actually. So people are thinking Randy is the most likely to return. But, interesting that there's so many names, but I would not be expecting them all. Daze, we need to carry on with Cody and Randy feud from 42, said Connor. That's where I would expect him to land, yes. Okay, we did one poll. I just want to make sure that we're getting to a different poll. We had 360 odd votes, and you lot are saying 64% Damian and R-Truth are going to leave with both the belts. Nice. Now we're going to ask the question, who wins between Lash Legends and Giulia? Who's going to take that final spot at SummerSlam? Lash Legends or Giulia? Okay, I saw a few. Big Time said, Naomi coming back would be WWE's excuse to not to push any new women, stay at home and look after the baby. Naomi coming back would be WWE's excuse not to push any new women, stay at home, look after the baby. I don't know. I disagree. I don't agree with this. I don't think it matters if you're new or if you're old. I think it comes down to who's the most over. And for me, Naomi had really hit a stride and found a groove with this proceed with caution and heel character. And what we're looking for at the moment is we're looking for people that are connected with fans. And I understand that you need TV time to get newer stars connected. So I understand the argument, but I think Naomi is someone I feel like she's someone that's done a lot of suffering. A lot of people are upset with where, say, Jordan is right now or where Giulia is right now. But are you forgetting that that's exactly where Naomi has been? Naomi's been in this situation for years and years and years. So this girl who's sat on the sidelines for a long period of time being used sparingly here and there, just like you're seeing with Giulia, just like you're seeing with Jordan, just like you're seeing with Ivy Nile or the Creeds or whatever. I mean, this has happened throughout wrestling history. This is what happens. It's very rare for you to be someone that gets used all the time. You've got to be a serious level of over to be used consistently all the time, right? So Naomi definitely is someone that's spent her time sat on the sidelines. Now she's finally got a character, that's really connected. Sod's Law, this is the time where she has a kid. But I mean, is it right now to turn around and go, we don't want you now? Because now there's these women that are sat on the sidelines and we want them. So Naomi can now go on the sidelines. But the thing is, if Naomi comes back and she goes on the sidelines, you're going to have people complaining about Naomi being on the sidelines, you know? So I don't think about it that way. I think about what's the best option that we've got? Who's the most over person that we've got? Can we get them into an engaging story, ideally with someone that's new, so that they can get exposure as well? And, you know, can we, you know, try and rotate? I mean, I'll tell you what, you're always going to have people at the sidelines, but what you don't want is people sitting on the sidelines for an extended period. So if after SummerSlam, Jordan gets into a story, Giulia gets into a story, you know, and a lot of those people that have been on the sidelines get used, then it means some of the people that have just been used, they have to go onto the sidelines. But that's okay, because it's healthy rotation. I think as long as we've got that healthy rotation, I don't think there should be a grounds for complaining. So I don't agree. I wouldn't have Naomi coming back after being away for so long to just come back and sit on the sidelines. I think she was popular. She was a champion. She'd really found a character that worked. She can then come back, you know, provide some experience. That's going to be brilliant for people like Jade and Tiffany and, you know, people like that, you know, there's not loads of experience for them to be working with. And so she could come back, bring experience. She's got a great character. She's charismatic. She's hitting her strides. She can pick up where she left off, work with some of that new talent. We just got to make sure that the rotations are not keeping people on the sidelines too long. But I wouldn't make this, and I know it's easy to do, but I wouldn't make this like a old generation versus new generation type thing, or older talent versus newer talent. I wouldn't make it about that. I get that that's how it's made out, because you look at Cody and CM Punk and people like that. But I keep saying this. It's down to Bron Breakker to figure this out and to take his chances. You know, there has to be a little bit put onto the performers. Oba, he gets TV time and he leaves the crowd wanting more. Trick Williams gets TV time. He leaves the crowd wanting more. He connects. The music's there. The character's there. The catchphrases are there. Whoop that trick. Oh, but the strut is there. You know, the presentation is good. The promos are there. Okay, maybe for Trick, the work's not quite there in ring, but it doesn't matter. He's connected. There has to be a little bit on the performers about connecting. It's not always their fault. Look at Chad Gable. He was Shorty G. Yeah, I get it. But there does have to be a little bit on them for making the most of their TV time. If they haven't and it's not working, what are they doing about it? We don't get visibility on that. We don't get to see that. But, you know, you've got to find a way of connecting. And then the crowd will be clamoring for you. It's a lot easier to bring people back into rotation or use them on a regular basis if the crowd are clamoring for you. I think LA Knight has had way more opportunity than he was intended to have. I don't think he was meant to get as much TV time as what he's had. I think he was brought in like a Baron Corbin, an experienced head that's, you know, good, solid. We can have him work with these people and that person and whatever. But he got over. He got over. And I think as a result, he gets used a lot more now than they intended. So, you know, that's the responsibility of Giulia and of Jordan and of Kiana. And don't get it mixed up. I'm not saying that it's their fault. I'm just saying that, you know, what are they doing to try and get that connection with the audience? What are they saying behind the scenes, which we just don't get visibility with? But like, what plans are in place for them? What tweaks can they make? What can they do during promos? Look at Chelsea. Chelsea, you give her an opportunity, she takes it. You know, it doesn't matter if she's in god-awful stories. she finds a way of making it entertaining. She maximizes her minutes. So, you know, if I'm Jordynne Grace, should I turn up my aggression? If I get an opportunity to go out there, should I murk people and look like a badass doing it? You know? Or am I not getting the tone quite right? It's fine margins, you know, very fine margins. So there's a big conversation there. We're not going to spend any longer on it, but, you know, would I hold a Naomi back just to try and promote some girls that haven't quite worked it out, or we haven't worked it out from a creative point of view? I don't know that that makes sense. I don't know that that's the right thing to do. Pushing people just because they're new. But then equally, I get the argument, you got to give them a chance. So put your thoughts in. What do you think? What do you think? Netforce Technology, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're doing well. I say we do a TV NWA WCW that's like a lower tier than mid-card titles, okay? For lower card talent to get exposure and then defend it on the shows. So, okay, TV title. Yeah, you can absolutely do it. Obviously, there's a conversation to be had around, are there too many belts? Whether that should be a barrier or not, that's for everyone to decide. I don't know what I would do, honestly. I think that there's probably some merit to it. I think if you're struggling to get them TV time now, does introducing a belt like that create TV time? It doesn't create it. It might give them a bit more of a purpose to be on TV. So does that unlock a door that's currently closed? Maybe. Maybe. It's an interesting one. I don't know that we can necessarily find an answer to it. But the truth is that, you know, we just have more wrestlers than TV time. Certainly now that SmackDown's gone to 2 hours. Don't forget, it was 3. Now it's gone down to 2. We knew that was going to result in people sitting on the sidelines. We knew that. Unless you want to see people get released, you know, which I don't. So it means that you're going to have people on SmackDown sat on the sidelines. That's okay. As long as the rotation is healthy and they get brought back in on a regular basis, you have lost TV time. So 2 hours, you got to have your big segment at the start, big segment at the end. You got to have so many matches. Does introducing another title, that doesn't create more TV time, but does it just give a reason to maybe use someone that's not being used at the moment? Maybe. But all it means is someone else misses out because we've only got so much TV time. So if you have Jordynne defending the TV title, then that means that she has the match that currently someone else has had. So your tag division misses out, or what the men's mid-card misses. Do you see my point? Like, the roster's big. We got a lot of people. So I don't know. I don't think there's a perfect solution. I don't think that you can square this circle. I think the truth keeps coming back to we've got more wrestlers than TV time, and we should have more wrestlers than TV time. Whether we should have this many more, I don't know, because, as we said, going from 3 hours to 2 hours is obviously not ideal. So whether we should have this many more, I'm not sure. But that is the challenge, isn't it? That is the challenge. What's happened to the EST, said Jason. She's not come back. Well, she's pregnant. She revealed that, didn't she, at WrestleMania, that she's pregnant. So I haven't heard that she's had the baby. I don't know where we are. I haven't worked out dates and all of that sort of stuff. So I have no idea. But yeah, she is pregnant at the moment. Here's TJF. Let's go. I've got a few takes. Let's go. I think KO on a pre-show again, not in ring. You think Kevin Owens will be on the pre-show for SummerSlam, okay? Orton return, he could cost Cody, set up a feud with no belt, okay? When Seth wins, we think all returns are done. We think it's the end, but then Drew's music hits, and then there's a stare down, okay? So TJF thinks that Seth could pick up the victory, and then maybe Drew could come out afterwards. Okay, I hear you. Sunny, hello. Hope you're doing well. Aaron said, did you see that video that Xavier put out that was a nod to Big E? It was it was well emotional. I did. I thought it was very good. Very, very good. I must admit, I was watching it. It was kind of like an anime sort of style. And I don't watch anime, but I was watching that and I was like, this is quite good, you know. This is all right. I've never sat down and I've never watched an anime in my life. I've watched bits of Spirited Away. Bits. I've heard that Howl's Moving Castle is meant to be good. And Grave of the Fireflies. This is all like Studio Ghibli stuff. But I've never watched Dragon Ball Z. I've never watched Death Note. I've never watched Sailor Moon. I'm just trying to name ones that I know now. I know of a few. We used to sell them when I worked in retail. So I know of a few. But yeah, I've never watched them. But I thought it was very good. Very good. It was a couple of unicorns in a circus. And they managed to... they were chained up. And they broke free from the circus. And just as they were galloping out of the tent, there was this... it was kind of cool. There was this unicorn who had a broken horn. And he was still like chained up. And he looked at them and nodded. And they galloped as they were galloping. And they nodded back. It was great. Yeah, really, really good. So obviously their 30-day like non-compete thing's over. I think they love WWE. They love the fans. You can understand there being a bit of bitterness there and anger there because, I mean, they're legends. I mean, New Day go in the Hall of Fame. No doubt. No doubt. One of the great, if not the best tag teams we've ever had in WWE history. When we talk about tag wrestling, you can't talk about it without the New Day. I mean, they've set records and had multiple championship runs, and their impact was... you know, about as big as any tag team was able to get to. I mean, think of Bootios and how over all of that stuff got. So, yeah, incredible achievement and contribution. And for it to end the way that it ended leaves a sour taste, doesn't it? Leaves a very, very sour taste. So, yeah, I wish them obviously all the very best in the future. If they end up in AEW, I hope they kill it. I got nothing but good vibes and feelings towards both of those guys, as I'm sure many of you do as well. So, very good video. I haven't heard what could be next for them or what their plans are. I don't know if there are any, but I've got to think AEW have reached out, of course. So, could they end up there? No, I suppose Kofi's got a decision, hasn't he? I mean, Kofi's not a young man anymore. And he's got a family that he has largely been away from throughout his time. Don't forget, when Kofi was wrestling, he was wrestling at a time where we had house shows. And I suppose with Xavier as well. And so, but Kofi, obviously, all throughout like the late 2000s into the 2010s, you know, he's competed a long time. I think it's like 20 odd years, isn't it? 20 odd years in WWE. I think he came in and just around the mid 2000s towards the end. That's a hell of a run for anyone. And that's a lot of time away from the family. Does he want to do it? And I suppose the thing with AEW is that they don't have that grueling of a schedule, so he can do it and it's not that bad. I don't know, man. I don't know what he'll choose to do, but I wouldn't be shocked if he was like, nah, this is my time. This is where I get out, you know? This is where it's time for me to hang up the boots. But I think it'd be nice if they did one last match at least. But who knows? He might want a proper run again. So whatever happens, you know, Kofi will always be a legend. We'll always have Kofi Mania and New Day and all of that stuff. One day they'll go in the Hall of Fame, no doubt in my mind. I just hope, whatever's next, that it's good and they're happy with it. Rapturous, hello, shout out to you. Says, do we think a great way of progressing with Sammy's delusion would be to have him turn on Gargano? Then they could have a great match. Johnny could pin Sammy like how Sammy pinned Cody at Night of Champions, said Rapturous. Well, I do think that Sammy attacking Candice is very interesting because she's the mouthpiece for Johnny, actually. And Johnny obviously just isn't doing anything. So I think for Johnny to snap out of what he's in, yeah, Sammy could lash out at Johnny, but there's not really a reason to do it because Johnny's not doing anything he's not doing anything, but he's not doing anything offensive. So there's not really a reason for him to lash out to Johnny. But Candice can obviously say something that can be misinterpreted or could be some tough love or, whatever, some advice that's taken wrong. He's only got to grab a hold of her. I mean, Sammy's not the kind of person that's going to knock a woman around, but he's only got to, grab a hold of her and, make it very clear she's crossed the line. And then in the background, you see Johnny moving because, no, this ain't going down. And I think if you did that, that could be a very well-received moment. Very, very well received. But I still can't make my mind up as to whether they're on a collision course or if actually they're going to unite. Because it could be that they feel that Sammy has sort of done a lot of what he can do in the singles division. And actually now they might look to put him in the tag division with Johnny. And it might be a case that they go Sammy, Johnny as a tag team. And actually, who knows? We could start to really look at the tag division again. Don't forget, it was only the other year the tag division was cooking. And people were loving it. And it had a couple of those ladder matches that were so well received. They might have a project up their sleeve where they want to actually get the tag division back to that. With Fraxium and obviously War Raiders, and you could put Sammy and Johnny together. So I can't figure out. I mean, like, you could do the tag team for a short term and then, but then that wouldn't work. Because I think of him grabbing Candice and Johnny finally moving and getting up, that's going to get a pop. If they're already a tag team and Johnny is already up and moving, then if Sammy grabs Candice, it's probably, I mean, it's still going to be a moment, but it's, yeah, as crazy as it sounds, I think it will be a moment when Johnny finally gets up, which is a bit silly because he has got up in NXT. He had a match with Miles Bourne months ago, but we haven't really seen it on the main roster for a long, long time now. So I think that, there's got to be a payoff to this. I know there's people saying they're done. They're just waiting for the contract to expire. I don't think it is that. If I had to choose the direction, I love that moment so much I would do that. I would have Sammy complete his crash out by now even grabbing her by the shirt or whatever and just making it very clear that she's crossed the line, not realizing he's crossed the line in that moment. And you see in the background rising up like the goddamn Undertaker, you see Johnny getting up, And Johnny then, off we go. Yeah, I think that could be really fun. Let's go down. Daze, why can't we get a couple of battle royals on the countdown? Get some other talents. Oh, yeah, that's a good shout, James. That's a good shout. I mean, that'd be a good way of just getting a load of people onto the show. It's always a great way of setting up some new feuds. There's a lot of good things that can come out of a battle royal. So, yeah, let's go. I mean, to be honest, the WrestleMania battle royal, you could absolutely do that on the countdown show rather than SmackDown. And you could also bring back the women's one. I mean, we used to have a men's and a women's. So, I mean, you could do both of those in like just the half an hour right before WrestleMania begins. Again, is that like the prime time that they want to be promoting WrestleMania, though? It does go back to that old dilemma, which I believe is, do we use this time to promote WrestleMania or SummerSlam or whatever the PLE is, or do we use this time to put on a match? I think this is where we go back to the picture-in-picture kind of conversation, where you could do both. I think you'd have to take it would take a bit of work to make it work, because I think when you say picture-in-picture, people automatically have got a bit of a advert kind of. Oh no, it doesn't look good. No, it's not great, but I think there's something you could do there. I really do. I don't know what the layout looks like. I don't know how big the two pictures are. I mean, I'd make the match big. I'd have the thing in the corner. I wouldn't have much of a border around. I've seen picture-in-picture in America, and I feel like there's a decent-sized border on screen. I could be wrong. But, like, my understanding is you don't stay with the match and just have a little box in the corner. Is there, like, an overlay that's kind of, like, nothingness? I don't know. I mean, I don't really get picture-in-picture, so I've only seen it a few times. We never have picture-in-picture. Picture-in-picture is not something we do in the UK, so we don't ever see picture-in-picture. But I think you could play around with it, honestly. I think there's a way of, like, delivering both. You could do matches, be it just, you know, NXT or Battle Royals or whatever, but also still be promoting the show that you are building towards. So I don't know how long the countdown is tomorrow. Not sure how long the countdown is. I don't think I'd be able to find out, would I? It's gonna be 2 hours at least. It might even be 3. It could be 3, you know, because I think it starts at 8. And I don't know. I don't know when SummerSlam starts. If SummerSlam starts at 11, that would be a 3-hour countdown. I mean, it's stupid, isn't it? Why the hell do you need a 3-hour countdown show and then not even have any matches on it? I'm with you. I would definitely be putting something on there, be it NXT, be it Battle Royal, be it something. But I suppose the argument is you don't have to tune into the countdown show. They're not making you tune into the countdown show. But if you're a degenerate like us, if you are a hardcore fan like us and you just can't ignore, you've got FOMO, fear of missing out, then, you know, you've got to, haven't you? Steve, shout out to you, my friends. Thank you, Steve. That is so kind. Sending in, firing in 20 Wrestling Daze gifted memberships. That is so kind, buds. Thank you, Steve. That is really appreciated. Our members' sides, I think we're doing some good stuff over there, you know. I'm really enjoying our members' side at the moment. We watched a brilliant match the other day, Stone Cold against Dude Love. We watched it on Thursday, and it was so much fun. It honestly, I mean, it's 1998. It was just before Mankind Undertaker Hell in a Cell. So this was, I think it was the PLE right before it. And Mick Foley is Dude Love, kind of aligned with Vince. And he's taken on Stone Cold, who's not long won that belt from Shawn at WrestleMania 14. And it's a match I've not been back to since. I mean, if I've seen that match, it will have been 98. I don't even remember it. If I'm going to be brutally honest, I don't even remember it. Anytime you go to that time period, you either go WrestleMania or you go King of the Ring and Hell in a Cell. And this just falls in the middle, in between. It was so good. And there was all these cars in the entranceway that they were like slamming each other on. And Vince was the guest ref. Undertaker was at ringside to make sure that Stone Cold didn't get screwed over. And it was really fun. So, you know, every Thursday we're watching a classic match. Next week it's Bret Hart against Mr. Perfect from SummerSlam 91. So we do that on a Thursday. We've got a great championship game that we're looking to get more people playing. We had 12 people play this week. It was about 18 last week. So we're well over double figures with that now, which is a lot of fun. I think that's really found its feet. So we do that on a Friday. On a Wednesday, we've got our quiz, which I think is going to turn into community interviews for a little bit soon. So that's where we actually get people on. I mean, if you've wanted to put faces to names, we do that on a Wednesday. On a Tuesday, we got a Sporkle quiz thing. I think people love that. That's pretty well received, to be honest. I'm not looking to get rid of that. I think that's good. And then Monday is where we just kind of catch up with everything as well. So, I mean, we do 5 streams a week, and I think it's going well. I think we got a really good lineup. I'm quite happy with everything. So, good. Yeah, I really appreciate that, Steve. Thank you, my friends. And welcome to anyone new that's joining us. Daze, it's like we were saying, watching an entire pay-per-view is different to just cherry-picking the best matches, said Shining Wizard. Well, Shining Wizards joins us all the time for those and is brilliant because I know you keep firing in fun facts and things in the chat, which is great because it means anyone joining us is, you know, not only doing the sort of watch-along with me where we're talking about the match and, you know, looking at things, because when you go back to the matches, there's all these little details that just stand out now, like a lot of signs sort of stand out now, or the way the entranceway is decorated, or some of the terminology that gets used, or do you know what I mean? There's like all these like little things that kind of stand out now that were just normal at the time, but obviously we're very far removed from a lot of this time period now, certainly 98 or next week 91. So, you know, I'm looking at these things and talking about those things. So it's Shining Wizards in the chat putting in fun facts. It's good. I think it's really fun on a Thursday. But yeah, it's good to go back to some of these matches because as you said, like there's whole shows that, you know, there's a lot of rubbish on there that get like 1 star, 2 stars, you know, 3 stars, whatever. But in there will be a gem, and it might be a gem we've heard of, or it might be a gem that's been lost to time. I'm trying to find those that are lost to time. I'm trying to find those ones that, you know, were great. You know, I mean, think about it. There's loads of matches we watch on Raw and SmackDown that get like great 80%. I mean, they don't come along all the time, but we do get them. I would say those get lost to history. You know, there's loads of matches that score very well. They might not make all time, but they score high-end great. And, you know, they'll come along like once or twice a month, every month. You'll get on Raw or SmackDown a great 80 or something like that. Think about all those matches that don't make the lists for like best matches ever. Because, of course, they're never going to beat Shawn Undertaker or Bret Austin. But they still deserve to be rewatched. They still deserve to be seen if you've never seen them. So I'm, you know, we're trying to get classic matches in there. We're trying to find those lost classics. I'm always up for, you know, people going, this one's amazing, that one's amazing. The only rule we've got at the moment is we're trying to just not do WrestleMania matches because I feel like everyone has seen or should have seen all the WrestleManias. I feel like if you're a WWE fan, I think one of the things you should try and do is go back to all the old WrestleManias and, you know, catch up with those. So do we need to do Shawn Undertaker? Do we need to do Bret Austin? Do we need to do Hulk Andre? No. You've seen those matches. I've seen those matches. We've probably done watch-alongs for those matches. I'm way more interested in going back to old Judgment Days and Armageddons and Raws and Smackdowns. And so, yeah, we do that on a Thursday, and it's good time. Hello, Andy. Do we think that there are any WWE pay-per-views in history that you've never seen? It's a great question, you know, and I don't think so because, like most people, when the network came along, if there was anything I had any doubt about, you watched it. I mean, I think we all binged the network when the network first came along. I mean, there were Raws and SmackDowns that I had never seen. And so, you know, I'd go back to different time periods. And I mean, when that thing dropped, I spent ages on it at first. And then, of course, you still go on it, but you know, to watch the new shows and whatever, you might catch something that you're like, yeah, I'll watch that. They kept dropping hidden gems, and lots of little things like that. But I can't think of anything that I won't have seen because I'll tell you what, there is a lot of, and it's the vast majority, things that I've only ever seen once. Definitely. Because when I was a kid, I'd get the tapes. So if ever there was a show, I normally had a tape for it. As I got older, you know, I'd always get the shows. And so I'd watch the shows. I don't think there is anything I've never seen. I really don't. I mean, maybe there's going to be some ECW ones because I was never hot on the WWE ECW stuff. So that would be an area that I would not feel massively confident with. That could be good to go back to. But I think when it comes to like the main roster stuff, I feel pretty good that I've caught that. Although the stuff that I honestly would struggle with would be stuff I've seen once, which is going to be the vast majority. This is why I keep saying, let's not do WrestleMania matches. Let's go back, because just like I said with that Dude Love Stone Cold thing, I will have seen that, but I will have seen it back in the day, and I probably have not watched it since. It was Over the Edge, 1998. Mate, you could quiz me on that and ask me what was on that show. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I would not be able to tell you. But I know that I was still getting tapes and, around that time. All throughout, like, kind of at school, I was picking up tapes and whatever. So I know I was getting tapes at that time from my family, whatever. So, yeah, I won't have the tapes anymore, unfortunately, because I always kind of, gave the tape back so they could then record over it. So we kind of had this constant rotation of tapes so that it wasn't just I got the tape and I kept it. I mean, I wish I'd have done that. Although saying that, I don't have a tape player now, so I'd have all these tapes and who watches tapes now? So, but this is where the network was so good. I think pretty much everything was on the network that I needed to catch up with, but yeah. I'd imagine, like most of you, when that dropped, you just binged it, didn't you? Just binged it. I wish I'd recorded a lot more and screen grabbed a lot more, because, do you know what I mean? You could have loads of those old shows now that, where have they gone? I mean, there's so many Raws and SmackDowns and stuff that are missing. It's so frustrating. I think a lot of the PLEs are there, though, but I've not sat down and looked, to be honest. That'd be a good job to do. Sit down and see, what PLEs are missing, what's available and what's missing, and see if everything is actually available. But, no, I mean, I've even seen things like WrestleFest, which obviously were the Coliseum videos that were kind of specials. The big events and those older ones. I don't think I've seen all the Showdown at Shea Stadium ones. Those were specials in the 70s. I've not seen those because I don't think they've been made available, but they're not PLEs. They're not pay-per-views. Anything post-Mania 1, I feel pretty good about. Right. Are we going to get an Enzo vignette tonight, said Connor. I wouldn't expect an Enzo vignette. Because I think that we only tend to get new vignettes for Big Cass on a Monday because of Monday being Raw, and that's the show that he's going to debut on. So I'm not expecting an Enzo one tonight. I don't even know if they've been showing the Big Cass ones on a Friday, actually. But, okay, let's get ready, shall we? Because I am not even set up for watching SmackDown yet, but that is exactly what we're going to be doing. Don't forget, we got our breakdown after this, and tomorrow we are going to be here early as well. So we're here 2 hours before the countdown, and that means that any rumors or anything that goes down tonight or tomorrow, we can obviously get our teeth into it tomorrow. Really looking forward to that. And as I said, I know that there's people out there that are not in agreement, but I am hyped. I am very much looking forward to SummerSlam. I'm probably at about an 8 excitement level now, because I think there's genuinely matches on both days that I'm looking forward to, and I am really excited for Gunther against Nick Aldis. Like, that's a match I do not want to miss. If I had to go out this weekend, I suppose that's the way of judging it, isn't it? If you had to go out this weekend and miss SummerSlam, would you be upset about it? Or would you be like, I'm not bothered? I mean, for me, I'd be upset about it. I would not want to be doing something else this weekend. I would not want to miss Gunther and Nick Aldis. I wouldn't want to miss that match. I don't want to miss who gets crowned as the new interim women's champion. I don't know which way they go with Sammy and Finn. I think you can go either way. I think there are some matches that feel predictable. I think Roman wins, And I think that CM Punk wins. But I don't know about Sammy and Finn. I think that could go either way. I think Liv and Io could go either way as well. I feel like Liv is rightfully the favourite. Io won at Queen of the Ring, so is she going to win twice in a row? You know, you could understand why Liv would be slight favourite. But as we said, you know, could it be that Raquel has got a belt now? Liv's about to lose hers. Is it going to be a wedge that gets driven between them? There is a champion in Judgment Day, and it's not Liv, it's Raquel. So, you know, does Raquel start kind of calling the shots a bit more now? Because she's the champ. And you could start to see a wedge getting driven in there. So I'm interested to see what comes out of that. It's not a match that I'm like, oh my God, I can't miss it type thing. But, well, I'm here for it. It's not going to be a problem to watch. And I think there could be some interesting repercussions after. We've been talking about Bloodline against LA Knight, Solo, Royce. I think Solo's promo on Monday has got people a bit more excited now about that match. And obviously, is that going to lead to Survivor Series? Fatal Influence, I really like them. That does feel a bit filler, them against the Bellas and Paige, but, you know, whatever. Fine, not bothered. But I don't think this card is that bad. I think there are matches on both days to get excited about. Most notably, Gunther Aldis for me. That is the one. That is the one. Okay, we're starting with this very, very soon. I'd be upset this weekend. Tax-free school supplies, said Scylla. Oh, is that what you're looking at? Tax-free school supplies this weekend. Let's go. Great weekend then. It's all happening. Okay. Then, now, forever, together, forever. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, I can hear it, but I can't see it. Have you? What's this? Have you lot got this? Why can't I see it? Is this me? Is this you? Then now forever together? Why do I feel like I'm doing something wrong? Okay, no, I wasn't. It was a black screen, and now I've got the image. That was weird, said Alex. It was a black screen. Okay, thank God. I mean, for a second then I was like, have I done something wrong here? We're in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Okay, we got Cody arriving. I thought it was my TV for a second, said David's. No, you're not alone, David's. We were all suffering and struggling, but we found a way through. Hello, Metal Mama. Shout out to you. Guys, I'm in Green Bay. I'm not there, but that's my house, says Metal Mama. Metal Mama, shout out to you. Okay, we are just seeing people arriving. We've got Chelsea and Tiffy. There is Jades, Meechin, B-Fab. It was every day. It was on the way. Hey. Yeah, tonight, ladder match. Few boos raining down there for Lash. Ah, there's Giulia, looking lovely. Okay, Giulia, Lash. Winner gets added to SummerSlam tonight. There is R-Truth and Damian Priest. Hello, what's he doing? Going over, having his picture taken. What is the match of the year so far? Pretty slim picking, said James. Oh, it's got to be Mask versus Mask, hasn't it? I would imagine most people would be in agreement for that. 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, Finn Balor is coming out first. So Finn Balor making his way out. There were rumors that our opening segment was going to be Sammy. It looks like it is going to be that way because, of course, these two are on a collision course. Finn Balor making his way. Bow. Bow. Finn Balor then making his way down to the ring. Finn Balor. CM Punk mentioned him as a worthy title challenger last week. SummerSlam. Okay, Sammy, Finn goes down. SummerSlam. Okay, I need to get rid of our Raw folder. There we go. It is SmackDown time. As Finn Balor jumps over in the corner. It's great seeing a Finn Balor entrance. It's great to see Finn Balor kicking off a show. I mean, if you want to talk about sitting on the sidelines, yeah. You want to talk about being a great talent that's not been fully utilized. May I introduce you to Finn Balor? Someone who absolutely should have been used better than he's been used right now. Balor opening up the show. Smile on his face. Whenever we get to this time of year, SummerSlam season. Yeah. He thinks back to 2016, winning that Universal Championship. How rare is this for him to be doing like a promo in the ring on his own? Here we are. I've spent 10 years scratching and clawing, trying to get back to the glory of that night. I got the Balor Club behind me. Here's Sammy. Here's Sammy. I think Giulia is going to bring a different style of wrestling to the match, said Freeman. I want Lash to win. Going to avenge Nia. They've been teasing Lash Rhea, said Freeman. Okay. Here's Sammy, and there are boos for Sammy. I understand. There's some things I need to get off my chest. Here we go. This shouldn't be happening. It should be a triple threat. This should be a triple threat. Although the fans don't agree. It is funny because, I mean... Oh, you're all happy now. Yeah, I am with Sammy here. He did get screwed. Who's going to win out of CM Punk, Cody? I'd love to see Cody. Oh. Does he know that that's not going to get a great reaction? Oh, because I've already beaten him. I know for a fact I could do it again. Sammy crashing out here on the fans. Says it should be a triple threat. Oh, look at that guy with the sign. He's flicking. I thought he was sticking the middle finger up, but he's pointing at the sign. Oh, is this... He's going off on Punk? Oh, I love that. I love seeing him go off on a fan. Oh, Sammy! Sammy's cooking! It'd be a treat for me to take the title back from the person that stole it from me. He calls CM Punk a corporate poster boy. I got a lot of respect for you. How about you come down to this ring? How about you grow some balls? Say what you want to say to my face. He's going to do it. He's going to do it. Do you know what? I love that interaction with that fan because I don't think he will have known that that sign was there. Maybe he saw it backstage. Oh, Sammy does get him. But the fact he saw a CM Punk sign and the fan pointing to it and he brought that into the promo. Sammy giving Finn Balor his flowers. Everyone here knows how great you are, Finn. You should have been champ 4 or 5. Well, maybe 2 or 3. You've had your time. Now it's my time. It's bigger than you. It's bigger than me. This is about justice. This is my moment. If it's took you 10 years and you haven't even come close, maybe you should take the hint. Balor's like, well, it took you 10 years. I like the Sammy stuff outside of the ring. Now we're going back and forth with Finn. It's not quite... You lost. You lost that championship, not because you got injured or screwed. You just lost. And now we get Sammy Sucks chance. Oh, I do feel sorry for Sammy. I mean, have I got this wrong? I don't know. I feel so sorry for him. Those sound like fighting words, said Sammy. If you was anyone else, I would drop you right now. He's a good guy, Sammy. Finn smiles at that. He's such a good talker. I'll see you at SummerSlam. I'm going to do the right thing. I'm going to walk away. Oh, who gets in? It's Gunther. Gunther's got in. Gunther, clothesline. What's Gunther doing? Gunther, clothesline to Sammy. Sammy goes down. Well, Gunther's not involved in this match. Gunther grabbing the microphone. You're both a joke. The rightful #1 contender is standing here right now, says Gunther. No talking from Gunther. Adam Pearce has come out. Gunther jumping out the ring, going over to Adam Pearce. We're going from this one feud straight into another. Do I need to beat your ass as well? Gunther. Oh, here's Finn Balor from behind. Finn Balor unloading on Gunther. Gunther going up to Adam Pearce saying, do I need to beat your ass as well? Sammy grabs Finn. So Gunther's just attacked these two. But look at this. I mean, we've got two different feuds kind of getting in each other's way right now. Double clothesline. Down goes Finn. Down goes Sammy. Sammy into the barricades. Finn into the barricades. It's Nick Aldis! Nick Aldis comes down! Nick Aldis throwing hands! Mate, this is the match I'm most excited for at SummerSlam. Nick Aldis and Gunther going at it. Nick Aldis in the ring, kick to the midsection. Gunther grabbing Aldis, but takedown. Cloverleaf stepping over. Oh, mate, the crowd are going crazy. Crowd are going crazy. Oh, I've actually, do you know what? Not all of this has landed. Ah, big boot coming in there by the ring general. Not everything in this opening segment has landed. I actually thought the stuff in the ring between Sammy and Finn was a little step down from what Sammy was doing outside of the ring. But the Gunther moment, him getting involved, now going into Nick Aldis running down. I'll take all that. I'm lapping all of that up. As we go to a much-deserved break, so we can catch our breath there. So there we go. That was our opening segment. The crowd were cheering for Aldis, said JoJo. This is much better, said Natasha. Yeah, really good. Really fun. Really explosive. Really just, like, demanding your attention. So many elements there that I enjoyed. I mean, it's just lovely seeing Finn opening the show, to be honest, and being out there on his own. We talk a lot about people sitting on the sidelines. Well, Finn Balor's the poster boy of that. So him being out there and having that opportunity to have a microphone and open up the show, that was great. Sammy then came out and delivered like he always does on the microphone. As I said, when they got in the ring, I wasn't loving it as much, but it was still good. And then, of course, Gunther, and then we get Aldis, and yeah, lovely. Let's score that segment, Sammy and Finn segment. Obviously, with the whole Gunther, Nick Aldis stuff in there as well. What do you lot think that has scored as? Let's go down. So, 50, it's close to 50-50 on Giulia Lash. 51% of you think that it's Giulia that's getting the dub, but 49% of you think that it is going to be Lash Legends. Connor said, we need the Demon Finn Balor back. Well, I think you will get the Demon. I'm just not sure you're getting the Demon, obviously, at SummerSlam. Jared said, this version of Sammy reminds me of heel Bret Hart. I can see that. I can see that because he was always, you know, trying to sort of be very justified in what he's saying. I struggle with whether this is a heel version of Sami, because I suppose in a way it is. But WWE like to make their heels so justifiable. I find it quite frustrating. We said this about Drew McIntyre, and now they're seemingly doing the same with Sami, where you can sort of see his point of view. Oh, I can see his point of view. He wins the championship and then gets made to defend on Raw, a show he doesn't even work on, against Cody. Cody then gets murked, and so then he has to fight a different mystery opponent that he doesn't even find out who it is until he's in the ring. And yeah, did he lose against CM Punk? Yes, he did. But equally, is CM Punk the kind of match that you want to take with no notice whatsoever? Not really. Do you know what I mean? I can understand Sami wanting to get prepared for that match. I mean, I think you can easily see that it's unfair. So, yeah, I think that this is very interesting, of course. It's an interesting story. Clearly to the fans, Sami is a heel. I don't know if he is to me, though. I do. I'm still riding with my guy. Still riding with Sami. I think a lot of what he said I can kind of understand. See his point of view on. But it's good. It was a really interesting segment. Mark said, stay hydrated, everyone. 17 months equals 17 sips of H2O. Oh, I think you might need a few more sips than that. I think you're absolutely right. It's a wonderful message about staying hydrated. But I think that you're meant to have more water than just one sip a month. That is not a guideline that I would be following. I think that you might need a bit more than that. But the message itself, the core message, is very, very strong. So, Mark, shout out to you. Appreciate it, but I think it's a timely reminder, a good reminder to stay hydrated. Okay. I love Finn, said Harmon. I want him to win. He can cut a promo and is phenomenal in the ring. He is. He's a fantastic wrestler. Nothing but love to Finn Balor. We're spoiled. We got lots of great wrestlers. Serene, hello. I thought that a security man was punching the heck out of Gunther, and then I realized it was Magnus. Very good. Very down he came, running down. All excited. Getting us excited. Okay, so they're just showing a replay of Nick Aldis. Very fun open to the show, as we've said. In the ring, no time for entrances. Oh, hello, matching gear. Matching gear. Oh, my God. Look how friendly these two are now with their matching gear. Chelsea and Tiffany have really hit it off. So we're going to be seeing them in action. A storm is coming. Wow, 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 wow. Okay. Tag match. The bit between Sami and Finn was terrible. The only fine bit was the fight, in my opinion, said Isaac. Okay. Well, Isaac, I hope you got your score in. We want to get good, honest scores, good, honest feedback. Want to see what people thought. Where do we rank the Sami crash versus his other crashes? I think this was more controlled, so probably not as dramatic. I think this was a more controlled crash out because obviously he knew he had a length of time that he had to go for. He also knew that we were getting he also knew that we were getting Oldest coming out as well. So I think this was a more controlled crash out. But it's still going off. I mean, he's going off on fans. He's still getting animated. So, I mean, there's still a crash out in there, but I would say it was not as dramatic as, say, the one last week where it's like you got 2-3 minutes, just go off. This was obviously a lot longer, but it didn't really feel too much like it was filling for time. I think the thing is that it probably didn't build. It started really hot. And as I said, when it got into the ring side, I thought it lost a little bit. So it's probably a bit of a shame that it was done that way round. Perhaps it would have been better if we'd have done the in-ring, then Sammy get out the ring, as Finn Balor says, and then Sammy could have done that crash out afterwards, if that makes sense. Perhaps we just got it the wrong way round, but I mean, it's no biggie. I mean, we're gonna end the poll now so that we don't get confused, because obviously we got this match starting. You lot have been voting. You've got to get your votes in quick. You lot have been voting and you scored it. Great 73. Do you know what I mean? It's landed. It's worked. It's a tick in the box. And I was not expecting much from this show. I'm still not expecting much from this show. Chelsea is in there right now. She's getting punched in the face by Michin. So Chelsea and Tiffany. Tag being made. In comes B-Fab. So right now we've got the heels in control. Kick to the midsection. Going for a cover. B-Fab is in there looking for a pin on Chelsea, who gets her shoulder up. Miss Clown, hello. Felt like that first dance with the girl who's known to crush melons with her thighs. I don't think I've ever met a girl that's known for crushing melons with her thighs. I think you and me operate in very, very different circles, I've got to admit. Okay, right now we've got Chelsea down the pace of this a little bit slow. I thought we were at commercial break, actually, but it doesn't say that we are. Tag being made. In comes Michin. She's got Chelsea in there. Shot to the midsection there by Chelsea. And again, throwing in some shots. Jade on the outside. Chelsea goes down. Connor said, would you like to see someone become the brand new SmackDown GM? Well, only if Nick Aldis isn't going back to it. There are rumours that Nick Aldis is going to go back to it. So if he's not, then yes, I would. Opala, hello, said, I love this match. I'm a fan of all four. Hope you're doing well, Opala. Tracy, hello. Shout out to you. Matt said, with Nick Aldis's GM duties to be reinstated once SummerSlam is over. Yeah, I didn't hear this get said, but which is why in the breakdown I was kind of questioning it. But people tell me that it was mentioned on commentary that it is just temporary, that he's stepping away from his duties. So, I mean, that could be true. I genuinely don't know. But for me, I don't mind if he goes back to them. I think he's an excellent GM. But I don't know if you saw that clip of him with Chris Van Vliet, but he got very emotional. He got very emotional when he got asked about, you know, are you excited? What does this mean? And I thought what he said was very, very revealing. I thought it was very revealing because he got really upset. He couldn't talk for ages. And then eventually he says, this is my one shot. He said, I'm sorry. This is my one shot. And that says to me that he wants it to be more. You know, this is his shot at showing what he can do. That says to me that this matters to him. He wants this to land. He wants the fans to enjoy it. He hopes the people want to see more from him. And this is his one shot. So that spoke volumes to me that he is wanting more. Whether WWE are looking for more, I don't know. I mean, is this one and done and then he goes back to being GM? Is it going to depend on the match? If the match is no good and it's not well received, Did WWE just go, look, I think it's better that you just go back to that GM role? I don't know. I love Nick Aldis. I really do. We've spoke a lot recently about like watching him in NWA and how, you know, he joined us a few times in the chat when he was in NWA. I don't know him. He's not a friend of mine or friend of the channel, but he has been in a couple of times. And he strikes me as a genuine, really nice guy. I feel like the wrestling world is really rooting for him, you know? Tiffany, what? I gotta tell you, that swanton from Tiffany was beautiful. I gotta tell you, that looked really damn good. I mean, she executes it right at the last second, but when she lands it and lands it well, it does look really impressive. Sometimes I worry she leaves it too late, but actually that did look really good. But this is why, I mean, this is where a lot of my excitement for this weekend's coming from. I'm not going to lie. I do think we've got some pretty juicy big matches lined up, but really, Gunther, Nick Aldis is like, it's a dream match I wasn't sure we were ever going to get, and we're getting it. And I do not want to miss it at all. It's got me. Shots coming in there by Meechin. Down goes Meechin. Chelsea is up top, perched, missile drop kick. Meechin goes down. Okay, Chelsea back up on her feet, turns around B-Fab. Looking for the unpretty hurt. Kick there by Meechin. Not sure if that kick just fell short. Looks like they're going to try and put Chelsea away. 1, 2, 3, and they do. Okay. Let's get match scores, shall we? What did you think about that tag match? It was all right. I mean, I don't know if it was enough for an opening match to, like, you know, get the pulse racing. A BTA is what gets it. It's B-Fab getting the pin. Okay, here's Charlotte. Charlotte's coming down. Charlotte's music plays. Here she is. Look at that. Look at that. That's quite a fashion statement from Charlotte. Look at this. Look at the shoulders on this jacket. Blimey now. Looks like something out of a music video. Wasn't there a music video where I remember like Kanye West being in this big sort of costume? I'm getting that vibe. I'm getting that vibe from what Charlotte's wearing. I don't know what vibe I'm getting off what she's off what she's wearing now. I don't remember Kanye West wearing anything like this, to be honest. Okay, we got Jade in the ring. Charlotte stepping in. Those are like dynasty level shoulder pads, said Shining Wizard. Forearm shot. These two exchanging blows. These forearms don't look good. They're very like this, do you know? Against the ropes, big boot misses. Charlotte, big boot of her own. Jade goes down. Jade goes down, rolls out the ring. Charlotte's in there. I think the jacket was my favourite part, to be honest. I think the jacket was my favourite part. Ba, 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 ba. David said Charlotte has been in Seth's closets. Oh, hello. An affair. Yeah. That's the kind of thing she would do to Becky as well. Okay, we've got Fraxium, Phoenix, Judgment Day. I've been training in Mexico. I've not been hiding in Mexico. Okay. JD and Ray Phoenix on the collision course for this AAA championship. Okay, here. Oh, this could be interesting. What next for the MFTs? We were too busy fighting his battles. We put our family first. Is that Haku? Is this going to be Haku? Oh, it is Haku! Oh my God! Don't forget who you are. You are the sons of Haku. Ah! Oh my God. Does that mean Mattel can start making Haku figures? Oh my God. I love that. I love it. We've been... Oh. Absolute legend Haku. Legends. And you know, he did pop up, didn't he? You would see him pop up in New Japan. And I think he's been seen at, like, ringside as well. I'm sure he's been at ringsides during, like, a WrestleMania or something. But to my knowledge, we haven't seen him, like, popping up in vignettes or anything. If he's going to now be a more permanent on-screen character, like... Oh, my God. R-Truth coming out with cheese heads. Is this area known for this, or is he got confused again? No, I think it must be known because that kid's wearing one. I don't understand the cheese head thing, but there are people in the crowd that have got cheese heads. Metal Mama said, "This is my city." Yes, Metal Mama, we know it's your city, but do you wear cheese on your heads? We don't know that. Who needs a SummerSlam surprise now, said Shining Wizards. I flipping love that Haku moment. I don't even care if I'm alone. I think that really elevates them. You know, they need something to elevate them because they are a little bit lost, to be honest with you, on their own, because they've always been in a group, haven't they? You are the sons of Haku. Okay, we just got a Zuffa boxing thing. I didn't even catch that. I was loving what Charlotte did, said Ultimate Superfan of Alexa Bliss. I can't wait to see more tomorrow at SummerSlam. Yeah, get your thoughts in for the Chelsea-Tiffany match. We do need to end that very, very soon. WWE Unreal. So far, SmackDown is starting off better than Raw again, said Ian. It is true. I think it's been really solid, yeah. Days, we've had Gingerbread Man. Now we're getting Cheesehead Man, said James. Let's go. Let's go. I'm here for Cheesehead Man. Okay, Good commercial break. I know people don't like commercial breaks, but oh my god, do I need them. I'm probably a little bit behind on getting stuff for the breakdown video. So we need to put that in. Charlotte gets the better of Jade. Then we need Haku with Tala and Tama. Don't forget you are the sons of Haku, the MFing Tongans. A lot of people might not know who Haku is, but I mean, so let's just quickly mention that he's a wrestling legend, competed in WWE back in the 80s, was once in a tag team with Andre the Giant, the Colossal Connection. But I think more than all of that, he's got this reputation for being a legit badass. Like whenever you talk about who would you genuinely be worried about backstage, or who would you not really want to get into a fight into, it's always Haku's name that gets mentioned, isn't it? You always hear those old timers saying, Haku, I would never want to get into a fight with Haku. And what that has actually done is it's elevated his standing. Because actually, if you look at his booking, he never won the WWE Championship. I don't even think he won a mid-card belt, actually. He was king for a time. But he was someone that was very much just mid-card, didn't really get a great deal of success. As we said, tag partner of Andre towards the end of Andre's run, where Andre was, you know, really struggling with his mobility. So Andre would be the presence, Haku would do the work. But really, for me, when I think of Haku, I think of his reputation. And I think more about the fact that in the years that have followed, people have been like, this guy is wild. Like, if you got into a fight with him, he'd bite your nose off, he'd gouge your eyes. Like, he'll do whatever it takes to win. Like, if he's in a fight, he goes to this dark place where he won't think twice about, do you know what I mean? Putting his thumb in your eye and trying to remove your eyeball, and he'll do whatever. He'll bite your face off. He'll do whatever. And people are like, don't want to mess with Haku. So he's got this aura around him where he's like, you don't mess with Haku. Even now, you don't mess with Haku. If you mess with Haku, it's not going to go well for you. So I really, seeing him on screen was like, and immediately my brain was like, does this mean they can make figures? Because I don't know that we've ever had a Mattel Haku figure. I can't think of one. So imagine that. Imagine if he signed a deal. Jay said 14 minutes in, this show has honestly surprised me. I thought the opening segment was enjoyable. We had great back and forth with Sami Finn. Tag match was all right, but yeah, Haku was awesome, says Jay. Well, I'm glad that people are sort of feeling the same way as I'm feeling some good vibes tonight. Okay. Days, Roddy Piper, it's the 11th anniversary of his death, says Carr. A legend. An absolute legend. Okay, here we go then. Another tag match. I don't even need to change my graphic. We've gone from lady tag match to men's tag match. Right, let's get these scores in for that first match. You lot said that first match was good 88. Damian and R-Truth versus War Raiders. Don't forget, this is title versus title, apparently. Someone can leave with both of the championships here. R-Truth charging over, colliding into Ivar. Eric nailing R-Truth from behind. Okay, tag being made. On the outside, big knee coming in there by Eric. R-Truth goes down. Ivar I was going to say, that would have looked a little bit strange because you could see the War Raiders just sort of standing around and then Damian jumps on them. So had that have worked, it would have looked a little bit. But it didn't. Damian jumped on them. They grab him. This is kind of fun, actually. Ivar going from side to side. Getting chucked into both of these, but that's going to take us to commercial break, unfortunately. Quite an early commercial break this time. So a bit of work on the outsides. Right now, the War Raiders are in control. 4 ads in like 40-odd minutes. Kind of feels a bit more than that. Although saying that, they do tend to have quite long opens that are uninterrupted. I think we probably went about 17 minutes or so without any ads. Big back elbows coming in there by the big man. Yeah, Ivar in there. Ivar messing around here. Tag being made. Eric coming in. Days, when I think of Balor SummerSlam, I think of the Fiend's debut match. 2019, brilliant. What a moment that was. Jay said, War Raiders winning here might be more of a shock than Haku. That's a stretch, but I don't see Truth and Priest losing. Connor said, do we think the War Raiders going to win this? Well, I mean, the only thing I would say is I don't know that Damian's future is in the tag division. We know that he's kind of been teasing, doing a little summit with CM Punk. So I don't know, mate. I think this could go either way. Really, the question is, has Damian and R-Truth sort of reached their natural conclusion now that we're going to get past SummerSlam? You know, post SummerSlam, you could totally see them wanting to do something else with Damian. I could see that. I could see this tag team just being something for Damian, like this side of SummerSlam. And then post SummerSlam, we do something different. War Raiders are a proper team that have been teaming together a long time. Really, they should be able to get the better of R-Truth and Damian. So I can see reasons why you would go War Raiders. But then equally, they might, you know, this could be a long-term thing for Damian and R-Truth. Shots coming in there by Damian. King Yeti said, Daze, seeing Meng was awesome. He will be Meng to a lot of people, yes. He's obviously Haku to me. Against the ropes. Down goes Ivar. So, King Yeti, I hope you're well. Bang, down he goes again. Big boot. Big boot coming in there to Eric. In fact, both are getting it at the moment here by Damian. He's just throwing out kicks to everyone. You get a kick, and you get a kick. Against the ropes. Back elbow. Charging over the other sides. Back elbow. Going from side to sides. Through the ropes. One, two. No joy. Okay, he's coming over. Big boot. Kick coming back there by Damian. It's Damian and Ivar getting at it right now. Shot coming in. Against the ropes. Damian with a forearm. Yep, down goes Eric and Ivar. Damian looking good here, actually. Tracy said, time flies. Oh, it really does, Tracy. It really does. I mean, can you believe that already it's now, well, here in the UK, the 1st of August. Bang, down goes Damian. 1, 2. R-Truth makes the save. Alex said, Chelsea wasn't lying about Damian taking his time in hair and makeup. This man's locks are looking perfect, said Alex. Well, Alex is liking what he's seeing. R-Truth in the corner. Damian coming over. Big Time said tonight the switchover happens with CW replacing 6 CBS stations. Oh, hello. Match. Both teams have placed hands on the ref. This match has been thrown out. I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. I mean, we were watching. It didn't feel like it was about to end, did it? Over into the timekeeper's area. These two brawling on the outsides. So it looks like both are just... What a cop-out, said Lone Star. I agree. I agree. Perhaps they're going to try and sweeten the pot with like a beatdown now in the crowds. Perhaps they're going to try and sweeten the pot that way. Into steps goes... Yeah, shot coming in there by... Oh, R-Truth. Truth diving! So we were over in the crowd. R-Truth jumping off one of those technical areas. Landing on both the War Raiders and Damian as well. Not ideal, but... War Raiders down. Damian down. R-Truth down. This match has been chucked out. Yeah, they're going to show a replay here. Like, look at that. Bang. Everyone goes down. Crowd loving it. Still fighting around the ringside area. Now Damian's coming over. Not the best looking double clothesline I've ever seen, to be honest with you. Not the best looking double clothesline. Big boot. Tama Tonga's coming down. Now we've got these guys coming down, making their presence felt. R-Truth is jumping up. He gets caught, chucked into the ring posts. Boots coming in. Yeah, we got a lot of action here. Back in the ring go the Tama Tonga. Eric is down at the moment. So we do have these guys in the ring. This feels a little bit like a lull. Have we kind of moved past a very exciting open and now we're sort of getting to what a normal SmackDown would feel like? Oh, Haku's in the goddamn ring. Look at him. Haku is actually in the ring. Yeah, it looks like Tala and Tama are both very much being positioned for this tag division with Haku as being like a manager piece. So they're holding up those championships. Yeah. Haku in the ring. Okay. It wasn't great, but seeing Haku with Tama and Tala is so badass. Okay, they're showing something that went down at a live event. Was it accidental? It didn't look very accidental. It didn't look very accidental. That didn't look very accidental to me. From Cody. We're backstage with CM Punk. Okay, get your votes in. I feel like Triple threat tag teams between the Tongans, War Raiders, and Wepa, said Carl. Well, I think they're looking for all belts, aren't they? Okay, Trick's here with CM Punk. This could be fun. One way or another, sooner or later, I'm coming for that championship. I wanted you to win last week. I need challengers. Okay. Chick Williams, he said, when you do get that victory, because I need fresh faces, I need fresh challengers. And when you get there, I'm going to whoop that Trick. So, nice little backstage moment. Okay. Just another WWE Unreal advert. Trick didn't expect someone better than him on the microphone, said Opala. Matt said, Daze, I heard that Solo is a babyface. How is that possible? What did I miss? Well, I mean, I think he's a babyface in the sense of he's not really doing anything heelish right now. Obviously, the MFTs have split up. He's kind of hanging around with Royce Keys and LA Knight. He's opposing the Usos and everything. So, I don't know. I mean, is he a babyface right now? He's probably not doing anything heelish. But, I don't know. You never quite know what to expect. Apparently, the Usos are meant to be heels right now. I think WWE, and we've said this for a while, really are struggling to kind of book heels and baby faces and make it like quite obvious. It's kind of, I don't know, they tend to be a bit more subtle. They seem to really be into not complex characters, but characters that are a little bit grey, characters that you can interpret in different ways. You might look at Solo and say he's a face. You might look at Solo and say he's a heel. You might say he's been doing a lot of heelish stuff throughout this year. And just because he's not doing anything now that's heelish, that doesn't automatically mean he's now a face. So, I don't know. For me, it's... I don't think you can really put a label on, well, some people. Some people you can. Some people, I think, is a bit trickier. I think Sammy's tricky. I mean, I think everything Sammy is saying makes sense. But yeah, he gets booed out the building. Technically, I'm sure on a piece of paper somewhere, they've got him written down as a heel. But like for me, I think a lot of the comments that he's making are very justifiable. I think a lot of the stuff that he's saying makes perfect sense. I think that he was kind of cheated and screwed over, and I can understand like where he's coming from. So I don't know. I wouldn't worry too much about that stuff because I do think WWE right now are quite guilty of having characters in quite murky waters rather than it being the old school, he's a babyface, this is what he did to be a babyface. He's a heel, this is what he did to be a heel, you know? He's going to turn on LA, said Street Fighter Ingrid's. Christopher said, what are the chances that Drew returns at SummerSlam? Could interfere at Punk Rhodes match? Well, I think the chances are there. The only thing I would say is that he is doing a lot of film projects at the moment. So we don't quite know when those film projects are going to conclude. So it makes it very difficult to say, yes, he's going to be there, or no, he's not going to be there, because I just don't know where he is with his film projects. So I'm not expecting him, but equally, if he showed, it wouldn't be the biggest shock in the world. Right, we've got a little advert for SummerSlam tickets. I don't know where we are with SummerSlam tickets. I haven't seen the latest update of WrestleTix. Got any news on that front? We can jump over, have a quick look. Don't know if they've provided an update in a while. They did actually. 11 hours ago. Oh, here's Nick Aldis. It's currently at 35,000. That's going to struggle to get to 40, isn't it? Here's Nick Aldis. Well, TNA footage. There's him against Jeff. There's him against AJ. Rob Van Dam. Kurt Angle. I was okay with that. Until Gunther. So Nick Aldis saying he was okay with leaving wrestling behind. Or at least he thought he was. Until all this went down. I'm so rooting for Nick Aldis, you know. I want this to be a banger. Let's go. Let's flipping go. Did they just call Jeff Hardy a Hall of Famer? Oh, I didn't hear. Okay, there's some of the Green Bay Packers. Is there a chance of Tongan Samoan battle one day, or is it risky? No, it's not risky. The only thing I'd say is I think we've got a shortage of Tongans in order to do that. Plus, you know, you could add Solo or something to that, but we've already done that. That was kind of Bloodline versus MFTs, wasn't it? So, yeah, there's a lack of Tongans in order to take on the amount of Samoans that we've got. Here's Trick. Trick Williams making his way down. This is going to be our next segment. I believe, I don't think it's a match. I think it's going to be him confronting Baron Corbin. So I think Trick and Corbin are going to be confronting now ahead. We need this segment. The build for this has been really poor. No little Yachty. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, Trick Williams making his way down to the ring. Whoop that Trick. Okay, they're just showing a replay. Yeah, they're showing a replay of what went down last week after the show. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, Trick Williams coming down. I love the callback of Aldis and WWE showing his history, says WrestleRants. I agree with that, buds. Hannah, hello, said Daze. I'm keeping my hopes low for SummerSlam. It'll probably be the same pattern. What surprises would be the most surprising? Well, I think Kevin would be a massive surprise. That's obviously a few rumors of that. I think Naomi would be fantastic as well. Trick Williams has finally arrived. Okay, Trick in the ring. I'm going to get straight to business. That big, bald-headed Baron Corbin came down to SmackDown just so he could hate on Trick Williams. looking like a big-ass Tommy Pickles. Tommy Pickles gets a shout. Baron, you make me sick. I did enjoy that. I miss Naomi calling everyone a heifer, said Dean. Let's go. Okay, here's Baron. I don't think we've seen Baron's entrance, have we? Baron is making his way out. Cause the pain. I think this is the first time we're seeing. I mean, I don't hate the entrance. I've learnt some very valuable lessons about patience. You want everything right now, and that will be your downfall. I'm going to wrap my arms around your neck. Oh, the microphone not quite working there for Trick. I'm sick of you acting like you're badder now than you was the first time you were here. You might be here to collect a check, but the only thing you're collecting is this size 15 lemon pepper stepper. You want to do it right here, right now. That's what he wants. Does everyone want a preview of Sunday? Well, that's not happening. That's not happening. Calls Trick a dumb rookie. Patience. On Sunday, I'm going to take that title, and there's nothing in the world that you can do about it. Pretty standard stuff, to be honest. I don't... Sunday, everyone's going to be chanting the same thing. Okay, Trick and Baron. What did you think about that segment? It didn't blow my mind. I mean, Baron's never been, for me, like, an amazing promo. There was some alright stuff in there. Saying, like, you know, you're the chosen one and all that kind of stuff. That was never me. They've given you some great music, and now you're believing in your own hype. And, you know, there's a couple of bits in there. Okay. I miss Baron's Lone Wolf theme, said Logan. I hope they bring that back. Miss Dal Jr. said, I'm back. from wrestling. The new Spider-Man movie. Oh, watching the new Spider-Man movie. It was a fantastic film. It's worth watching. I'm going to give it 9 out of 10, said Mr. Dale Jr. Days a long time ago, in the island of Tonga went to war against Samoan Island. The Tongan king enslaved the Samoans. That's why I've got a feeling it could be risky. Nah. None of that is going to play into if we do a feud between Tongans and Samoans. You wouldn't make it that deep. It would just be about the people that are in now. You wouldn't dig into the backstory or anything like that, you know? It'd be like if you did like someone from the UK against someone from Argentina, you know, you'd dig into their personal issues and whatever's going on. You wouldn't dig into the Falklands. And as we said, they've already faced off because we had the Tongans on the MFTs and you've got the Samoans on the Bloodline and we did a whole War Games. So it really would be no problem. Even when Haku is going to be in his 90s, he'll still be one of the most dangerous men in wrestling, said James. Opala said, yeah, that's true. I do get that. Yeah, I think it's a valid point. I understand like that you have to be sensitive about certain things, so it's a valid conversation. But I think they can navigate it. This isn't like Vince in the golden era. He might have dug into it. Do you remember the whole Hogan, Sergeant Slaughter, bringing the whole kind of Iraq war into the story? I mean, but we're a long way removed from all of that. Okay, we have got a video package right now, just looking back at Brock Ober, if anyone's like, what the hell's going on? We've just had a bit of a promo, which was fine. It was fine. I don't want to make a, you know, don't want to make out it wasn't anything. It was all right. And now we've just got a video package. I went into this show with pretty low expectations. I think the open was really strong. Seeing Haku was really fun. A lot of the other stuff is stuff that I was expecting, to be honest. Good 77. So Damian R-Truth was good 77. We're going to end the Trick Baron score in a second. I'm doing all right here. I'm kind of up to date with a few things. We're spinning a few plates. Days triple threat for both the Tag Championships and AAA World Championship. Damian Priest R-Truth against War Raiders against Tama Tonga and Tala Tonga. Well, if you were going to have, I mean, you'd need to have the Vision in if you was going to do it for both of the titles. Okay, they're just showing us the cards. 15, 11, 5, goods, 80, 9. Okay. Is this Phoenix? Ray Phoenix. I believe he's taking on JD McDonough. To be honest, I mean, this for me is where SmackDown now really benefits from being 2 hours. The Nomad Baron Corbin will be the only wrestler who has not had a bad theme song. What do we think, says Hannah? Well, to be honest, I haven't really heard this one. I mean, it sounded okay. Lone Wolf was all right. I mean, I don't know if he was the only one to not have a bad theme song. I mean, did Undertaker ever have a bad theme song? Even when he went American Badass, I mean, and Rollin' and all of that was still good. I mean, I can't recall Baron having a bad theme song. I'd need to hear this one more, though. God, they're really pushing Unreal. Days Haku was a legit surprise for me, said Opala. I did not expect that to happen. I never thought of him making a return. It's a big surprise. Normally surprises get spoiled before the shows. That is true. That's true. I'm really pleased they didn't, because I agree, it allowed us to pop, didn't it? It allowed us to just enjoy that moment. So, thumbs up. Brilliant. I agree. I'm pleased that that did not leak to the dirt sheets. Connor's cheering on Ray Phoenix. Big Time said, I've got to imagine they've told Carmelo the long story arc is going to be that he beats Trick for the title once he finally gets the rematch. I don't understand the reasoning to miss Mania and SummerSlam. Well, we covered it earlier. It comes down to a decision. And, you know, people are going to make different decisions. So you either add him to the match, and that means that some of the crowd are going to be rooting for him to get the victory because he's popular, hence why people want him in the match, because people like him. But then that does take a bit of shine away from Trick, because Trick obviously is, you know, a babyface. He's, you know, going up against Baron Corbin. So you've got to make a decision. Do you put Carmelo in and take a little bit of the spotlight away from Trick? Or are you going to go all in on Trick? He is the babyface. We want the whole crowd behind him. Whoop that Trick. All of that. Taking on the heel, Baron Corbin, who's not going to have many people cheer. Austin in our chat will probably be cheering for Baron. Everyone else will be cheering for Trick. So do you go that way? Or do you go that way? In regards to Carmelo being put into this match, that's the decision. And I can understand Triple H deciding to not include him. Don't put people in matches just because you want to get them on the show. Because to me, it should be more about, does it benefit the story? Does it benefit the match? That's the real answer to the question, right? If you're going to miss out, I'm sorry, you're going to miss out. And it's like, yeah, it's a shame. But a lot of things happen in WWE that's a shame. It's a shame that Bayley has not featured more on PLEs and has missed out on WrestleManias. It's a shame we can't find anything for Jordan right now. Like, that is part of wrestling. Like, that happens. So, I suppose you could make a counterpoint, which is, well, why have they not found something else for Carmelo to do? Yeah. If they knew he wasn't going to feature at SummerSlam, then why did you not set up a different feud for him so that he could be doing something else? I suppose some of this comes back to the lack of TV time that we've got at the moment. And also, it could be that he is going to be involved in this story, so we don't want to move him too far away. So until we see how it all plays out, we don't know. But in regards to this one, they've had to make a decision. And they've decided to just go with the babyface heel dynamic. In regards to WrestleMania, I mean, I felt sorry for him more at Mania because he'd been really heavily involved in the builds. And then quite late, he loses the belt to Sammy. So it sort of felt like you could have put him in. Plus also at that time, I don't know that Trick was necessarily a babyface. The dynamic was again weird because I think Sammy was meant to be the face, but the crowd were booing him. I think Trick was meant to be the heel, but the crowd were cheering him. And that was another example where WWE have got their dynamics wrong. So I think that WrestleMania more so was the one I felt sorry on him missing out on. This one I feel like I'm all right with. Okay, JD in the ring. We're going to our next match. It's going to be Phoenix against JD. Sammy and Trick flopped at Mania. Trick Corbin might go down the same route. If you add Mello, you guarantee that both matches would have cooked. But it's not about if the matches cook. It's not about if like you're going to put on a banging match. That's not the only focus. I know that fans might want it to be the only focus. But the truth is, we're trying to get people over and we're trying to present them as big deals, big stars. And Trick is one of those projects that we're trying to present as being this massive star that we're trying to build. Again, you can put Carmelo in. He'll take a bit of spotlight away from Trick. And You might even have people split as to who they're supporting. Are you going to support Trick? Are you going to support Carmelo? And, okay, the match might be better as a result, but you're looking short term. You're looking at the match. WWE are looking at getting Trick over long term, so they've got a big superstar that they can do stuff with in the future. So having Trick have that whole spotlight on him, all the babyface support will be with Trick. Doesn't matter if the match is not as good, but can we get Trick over? You know? Don't forget, casuals tune into SummerSlam. They're going to tune into SummerSlam. They're going to see Trick with that big entrance and the whole crowd going, whoop that Trick, whoop that Trick. You know? WWE seemingly do not want to take a single eyeball off of Trick Williams. They do not want the crowd split. I get it. I'm not against it. If people don't understand that, that's absolutely fine. But I'm telling you what I see. And what I see is they are trying to get Trick over. They are fully invested. And yes, right now it means Carmelo misses out. Some people would say that's not right. Some people would say that it is right. I don't know what the right thing is. I understand it. Is it the right thing to do? Maybe. Maybe. Someone's got to make this decision, and this is what Triple H seemingly has gone with. I don't think it would have been as bad if he had featured at WrestleMania. I think the fact that he misses out at SummerSlam and WrestleMania is giving people more fuel to the fire, you know? Springboard moonsault there by JD, landing on Rey Fenix. We're underway with this match, and already it's pretty hot straight out the gate. I can tell you Carmelo is trending, so the reason why we're talking about it is because it is a topic. In fact, it might even be, outside of Haku, the big topic to come out of this. Into the barricade goes Phoenix. I think the point is creative forget that when Corbin returns, he cost Carmelo the #1 contenders match. If Melo beat Trick, he would have got a title shot. But they just forget, says Robbie. If Melo beat Trick, he would have got a title shot. The point is creative forget when he turned, he cost Carmelo. I don't get your point. So you're saying that Corbin came back and he cost Carmelo, which is true because they didn't want him in the match. So I don't know what you mean. He cost Carmelo because they didn't want Carmelo in the match at SummerSlam. Do you mean like Corbin hasn't earned being #1 contender? Is that what you're saying? Whereas Carmelo was sort of having to try and earn his way. I don't get the point. I'm not quite picking up what you're putting down. World Live Cena fans said, Daze, SummerSlam needs to have an OMG moment. Maybe have Baron win. The following week, then, we could have Chad win the IC. Bellas could turn on Paige, which triggers an AJ Lee return, said World Live Cena fan. James said, what would be the dream match for Nick Aldis? I mean, Gunther would be the dream match, to be honest, because Nick Aldis is going to be a red-hot babyface. You've got to look at your monster heels. And to be honest, we ain't got many. I mean, who are our big monster heels that Nick Aldis can kind of go up against? I mean, Rusev? Sammy? I mean, I don't know if Roman's meant to be a heel. I don't think he is. Certainly not getting heel reactions. Sammy, in my eyes, isn't quite a heel. Drew's out of action. I think Drew would be a brilliant pick because obviously you've got the whole England, Scotland kind of undertone, Battle of the UK. Drew talking about how, you know, Nick never quite made it like he did. Drew's can be a true heel. I think that would be probably the one. Randy could be interesting. Randy is a true heel. just, you know, he's not been around since WrestleMania. But we are expecting to see him return soon. So I can't, honestly, Gunther feels like the best placed right now. But I think when Drew comes back, that would be the pick. JD keeping Rey Fenix down at the moment. And he's got a nice stretch on. This is for the AAA Cruiserweight Championship. We are well into our second hour at the moment. And, oh, hello, they're saying we're back. I don't have the little countdown thing in the corner, you know. Mickey James said, my son has just said, everyone's cheering for the oldest family. Let's go, daddy. Oh. They are. They very much are. I'll be doing it tomorrow. Very much behind Nick Aldis picking up that victory. JD going into the corner. Rey Fenix in the corner. Big boot there by Rey Fenix. Fenix on that top rope. Splash lands on JD. Kick coming in there by Fenix. Shot coming back there by JD. Duck underneath. He's picking up JD. He's got him on his shoulders. And drives him down. Oof. 1, 2. No joy. No joy. Okay, this match well underway at the moment. Daze, what you said about football, some wrestlers get told to go on the pitch, the others go onto the bench. Yeah, it's true. And, you know, I do get the frustration. I mean, I can see that it's trending. I mean, I it's not that I don't understand. I hear what people are saying. I get what people are saying. I know there's frustration out there, but I just think for our community, it's probably better that we're all on the same page, that this is never going away. You are always going to have, and have always had, people missing out. So do you want to spend your time crying about people missing out all the time? Every show, every time we stream, we're going to cry about where was this person, where was that person? Or is it actually healthier, more productive, and better to just accept that to a degree, this happens? To a degree, there is a line where if someone misses out repeatedly, it's going to get really frustrating. Everyone's got a different line. We're not at that line for me with Carmelo. So everyone's got a different line of frustration. But like, I don't know, man. I just find the conversation a bit boring, where every stream, every show, we're talking about this person wasn't on, that person wasn't on. It's like, yeah, we've got more wrestlers than we do screen time. This is a conversation we will never escape. I'd much rather do something more constructive, you know? Like, get into this match, which is really good, by the way. Dominic on the edge of the ring. JD going against the ropes. Rey Fenix comes crashing down. Referee having a word here with Dirty Dom. Kicks him out. Dirty Dom is jumping around here. Absolutely livid. And he's been told, you got to go. You got to go. Dominic has been removed. Danhausen's coming out. Dominic's been told he's got to go from the ringside area. The lights go out. Danhausen comes walking out. You are... shot coming in there by Dirty Dom. Danhausen goes down. Mini-Hausens! Mini-Hausen start unloading on Dirty Dom. Yeah. Shots coming in there by Mini-Hausens. They're chasing Dirty Dom away. So we're just using this match as a way of promoting Dominic and Danhausen. Rey Fenix with a big boot. JD. Bang, double knees there by Fenix. He's got JD up. Taking him round and driving him down. 1, 2, 3. It's a win for Rey Fenix. The match was pretty fun, actually. I would say quite comfortably that was our best match so far tonight. quite comfortably. Let's get scores, shall we? What did you think about that? Is it the best match we've had? It's not a high bar, to be honest with you. Looking at some of these scores, it's not a high bar. But Rey Fénix has retained the championship. Joe said, I love it when that Cruiserweight Championship is on the line. Okay, we are seeing Sirius XM. Do you think a lot of the contents restrictions have been in advance of WWE Radio? Because I wonder if, like, people sharing footage from the shows and audio, you know, like how you can get some content creators that literally just put up the promo and, you know, their reaction to it might not be that drastic. And basically, you can sit and listen to the promo, basically. I wonder if, like, they've took the action they've took to kind of, in advance of the radio starting, tear down some of these channels, content, you know, up the copyright issues and strikes and whatever. So that people are a bit more inclined to, if you can't watch, go to the radio. I mean, I think they just said that there's going to be play-by-play. I mean, I don't know if that means there's going to be a commentator sat there talking about what's happening, or are you... Well, now we got a little... Oh, there we go, a little dip out, momentary dip out. Just a little dip, that's all. Just a little dip. We're back, though. Liam said, I've only just joined the stream. I didn't hear what was said, but what do we think about Haku being a manager? I really like it. It's nice to see legends. We don't usually see... Love it, buds. I don't like it. I love it. You know, I'm a big fan of, obviously, the legends. I'm a big fan of the golden era. So, yeah, put me down. Put me down for that. I'm a big fan of seeing Haku being used in that way. I know a lot of people wanted to see Rikishi come in and sort of get involved with the Usos when we were doing, like, Jimmy versus Jay a few years ago. We never did, though. So that did feel like a missed opportunity. Do we think Roman and Haku will interact on screen, says let him in? I can't say they never will, but, I mean, at the moment, doesn't feel like their paths are going to cross. They're on different shows. So it doesn't really make sense to me as to why we would do that. Daze, AAA is taped tomorrow because of SummerSlam. Oh, it's taped quite often, isn't it? They tend to do, like, one live and then tape the next couple. Alex said, Rey Fénix has really, really been defending that AAA Cruiserweight title on TV, even more than Liv. James said, you froze like England's defence. Let's go. It was a tribute, actually. Connor said, I'm sick and tired of Judgment Day. I need Judgment Day to break up immediately. Ultimate Superfan of Alexa Bliss said, I'm getting fed up with Judgment Day. We did freeze. Days. My only concern for Oldest Gunther is, is it going to get lots of time? Are they going to care enough to give the match time? Yeah, it'll get time. I don't know. I wouldn't be expecting it to get, like, you know, 20 minutes or anything, but is it going to clock in at like 11, 12? That's okay. That's okay. That's about normal for a match in the middle of the cards. And then, you know, with your entrances and everything. So I would imagine each match will get about a half an hour time slot. And within that, you've got to do entrances, the match, video package, probably commercial breaks. So, you know, if you look at the actual match itself, it probably gets 12 minutes, maybe 15. I would go with that as an expectation. I'm not expecting 5, 6, 7. I'm expecting more than that. So, well, we'll just have to see. I'm very optimistic. Okay, they're just showing us the SummerSlam Takeover store. Okay. Oh, wow, we're going back to a video package now to do with the Shields. Jeez Louise. I don't want to beat you. I need to beat you. Okay. Can we just have one episode without Danhausen, said JM Beer. There are people feeling a bit burnt out at the moment, aren't there? I am getting that vibe. SummerSlam tomorrow, said Humble Rumble. Daze, NXT under a 2-hour show feels like it's got good pace and structure, and that it features many of the talents frequently, with SmackDown still advertising Raw recaps. Yeah, but the difference is that the main roster's split across 2 shows, isn't it? You know, SummerSlam is tomorrow. If you're tuning in to today, then, you know, yes, you can promote just the SummerSlam side of things. But I think we can understand them wanting to put a spotlight on some of the bigger Raw matches. NXT doesn't have to worry about doing that. It's not like we do 2 different NXT shows. So they can just focus on themselves. The other counterpoint I would make is there's plenty of NXT talent that do not make it on every week's episodes. There's plenty of NXT talent that miss out week in, week out. If you think about the amount of talent that's at the Performance Center, there's a lot of people that don't make it. So I would say that even NXT has to deal with people sitting out on the bench various weeks. You know, this is a go-home show. Surely we knew what this was going to be coming into it. It's going to be video packages for SummerSlam. It's going to be the final promotion for SummerSlam. Valithriel. How the hell did you say that? Valithriel. Is that how you say it? Valithriel. Hello, my friends. How you doing? I'm doing good, thank you. I've not watched since before the Mask versus Mask. Well, I mean, that was such a banger. It's probably still the best match that we've seen. I think SummerSlam's a decent time to be coming back. I'd say the general consensus is mixed. A lot of the IWC are not feeling the builds. To be honest, the majority of IWC aren't feeling anything, so I wouldn't really read too much into that. I think the card looks good. I think there's matches on both days that look to be quite interesting. I think we're probably lacking, as we said, that seismic, promotional shaking type story, which, you know, there was never a guarantee we were going to get anything like that. But I think we're missing that. But plenty to look forward to over the next couple of days. So good time to come back, I would say, buds. Liam said, Daze, how are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Okay. Next up, we've got Lash versus Giulia. This is a big one. This is a big one. I feel a bit small. I still feel a bit small. And honestly, it's not like me to feel small. Restaurant said, you know, sadly, Roman Seth is one of the least matches I'm interested in. I just don't give a F, says Restaurants. I think the build has actually been a little bit disappointing. I think that some of the promo exchanges have been decent. But I think we spend I see so many video packages going back to that chair shot that I'm sort of done with that. Again, casuals, they need to know how rich this history is. So, I mean, I can't say WWE are wrong for showing it, but I don't know. I want to build on it, you know? I don't want it to just be about that. I kind of want to build. What we've not done is added a new chapter. I mean, really, this match is the new chapter. This is the chapter, isn't it? But we haven't really done anything in the builds that is going to be shown, I think, in future video packages. I think, you know, the match might be, but I don't think we've done anything in the build that will be. So I can understand why that's not grabbing people the way that we hoped it was going to. I know what's going to happen tomorrow between Seth and Roman. Dean is going to help. No way. Dean's under a AEW contract until 2027, so I would not be expecting that. Let me get some water. Do you know, I've been sat here since we started thinking, I need some water. Been talking a fair bit here. And we've managed to get quite a distance in. And I was tapping out. I was like, I gotta go, man. Gotta get some water. Robbie said Jade Charlotte are going to cancel each other out in that match. Tiffany won't win because she's US champion. I think they might go with a left field winner since it's not an official reign, says Robbie. Who that Saints Day said, are you experiencing everlasting comfort? I don't think any of us are experiencing everlasting comfort, are we? It's what we seek. It's what we're looking for. And I hope one day we all find it. Everlasting. It sounds like death, to be honest, doesn't it? That sounds like going to heaven is everlasting comfort or something. I mean, I hope you do, to be honest, you know. But I hope it's not anytime soon. James said, did you see that Funko have teased a new Funko? Silhouette looks like Oba. I did, yeah. Did you tag me in it? I got tagged in it a couple of times today. I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? Of course. Everyone's going to make Oba. I'm sure there's an Oba bleacher creature and whatever the buddy things are called now and Funkos. It's all coming, just like Danhausen. So it'd be cool if it's a little bit bigger, you know, than the others. Just a touch. That would be cool. Big Time said we need to figure out how to manage a 2-hour show. Feels like 70% of the roster's not being used. Backstage segments being shaved off, match time shortened. How do you reheat talent? You just bring them back in, rotation. You know, this is nothing new. You bring them back in, you put them into some stories, you have them like talking backstage, or bring them out and say that you know, you could have Jordan doing a promo, someone interrupts, or, you know, kind of getting into it with someone backstage, or gets jumped backstage. I mean, all you got to do is just get them on TV, get the ball rolling again. Some people it's going to be really easy to get back in with because some people, you know, had already got a little bit of momentum before they went away. You know, we haven't seen Kevin Owens in like a year and a half. If he comes back, he'll be red hot after being away for a year and a half. So, you know, someone being out the picture for a month because they've been sat on the sidelines, you know, it shouldn't be a big problem to get going with them again. It won't be a problem to get going with Naomi. Ooh, a little clunky there. Okay, we are underway with Lash and Giulia. Right now we got Giulia working on the arm there of Lash, going for a cover and shoulder up. Okay, we need to end this poll because we're going to get really confused. Big boot there by Giulia. 1, 2. Okay, you lot said that last match was good 96. Where are we time-wise? I can't believe how we're pretty much done. I mean, we got like 17 minutes and that's it. Giulia against the ropes over the other side. Guillotine is in. Guillotine is in. This is big. We're going to find out who's going to get to SummerSlam. Is this going to be our main event? I'm guessing this is our main event match. Right now, Lash trying to find a way out of this. She's got... spinning around and... driving her down. 1, 2... Oh my God! Wow. Lash beats Giulia in a... Well, I mean, it was quick. I don't want to say it was a squash, but... Wow. I tell you, that is going to get some reaction. People online love Giulia. She's very, very popular. Lash has just absolutely murked Giulia. Lash goes into that SummerSlam match. And I tell you what, Giulia has got a bit of soul searching to do here. Some might say that WWE Creative do as well. Video package. Wow. Let's have a look, shall we? What do you think? What do you think? Giulia did not deserve that loss, said Opala. King Yeti said the chat is not happy. I can understand it. I thought we were settled in for a longer match there. I'm surprised. Is it that we have just run out of time? Because, I mean... we've got like 14 minutes and it looks like we got to do the face-to-face. I wonder if there's a time issue on the show, or was it just always planned to go that length? That's interesting. I don't know if they're not going to try and do something with that, or is it a time thing? I figured Lash would win, but not like that, said Joseph. Larry said, WWE is wasting Giulia. She should have gone to AEW. Another amazing talent that Triple H is screwed over. Giulia should be in that ladder match. Snide said, we want Chelsea for interim champion. That was a really quick match, said Abram. James said, poor Giulia and her tassels. It's the tassels I feel sorry for. Dr. Uchlala said she lost clean in under 5 minutes. That is so bad. That's gonna get a reaction. That is gonna get a reaction. Remember, hit that like button, said who's that, Saint J. Steve said that was more of a huge disappointment. Giulia deserves so much better, and she just gets like a squash burial. If something does not come of that, I would consider asking for my release if I was her, said Steve. I don't know. Sometimes you see moments like that, and then the next week, you know, the wrestler comes out and talks about how they're lost and how, you know, this is not going the way that they envisaged, and it can get used. I mean, I agree that she probably should have won, but I think Lash, for her size and the fact she's a heel, you can understand why they might want to put her in. You know, Giulia, I don't think they have plans for her to win that match. So Giulia could have gone to SummerSlam, but she wouldn't have won. So, I don't know. Like, in that regard, is it better to have Giulia lose and then make something out of it? But to be honest, even if she loses, and I thought it was okay if she lost this, but losing that quickly... I really do wonder if that is a time issue. Okay, Cody is coming out. Is Cody going to use his Street Fighter character? They set up with Street Fighter sound bites. Well, it's not. Has he got Club WWE on his jacket? He has. Okay. Cody making his way down to the ring. And he gets interrupted by CM Punk. I mean, we don't even get like a full Cody entrance. I wonder if there's a time thing here. I wonder if there's a time issue. I won't be shocked if word comes out after that WWE really had to race through the end of this because other segments overran. Okay, CM Punk in the ring then with Cody. And we're getting straight into a promo. You had to know we were already on this path. Okay. We've just gone straight into this. Is it great to be alive on a Friday night? CM Punk. Did I know I'd ruffle some feathers? Of course I did. I ruffle feathers. It's what I do. I like this promo. I like this promo. Let's stop talking about our friendship. Let's start talking about what this is all about. The championship. It is true, isn't it? I mean, I don't know about you, but I feel like I've had a bit of whiplash in the sense of this promo feels a bit all over the place because it's just all arrived so quickly. Like, things are being said, but in such a weird structure. You know, like they're going off on each other, and then CM Punk steps away to say, isn't it good to be alive on a Friday? And now Cody's like, excuse me, you know. Now he's doing his kind of, what do you want to talk about line. Even though we've already got into a bit of the meat of the promo. The structure of this is so weird. We've got CM Punk chants. Business purposes. I like this line. I need to know who's better for business purposes. I know this is personal. Lash, champion at SummerSlam, said Street Fighter Ingrid's. We didn't need that bit where Cody spoke to the fans, said Mad Jason. I agree with you. You're the one that said you're not here to make friends. You're here to make money. So CM Punk said, if I've got to choose between losing a friend or a title, tomorrow is not going to be your night. Huh? There's a word that's bothering me. Do you know what it is? The word tomorrow. Why? You've made it clear what you're prepared to do. Anyone else feel like this just doesn't really make much sense? Why would these two throw down tonight? Why has this got that heated that they're going to now throw down here and now? This feels off. CM Punk takes the title off. He gets ready to throw. Cody throws the microphone away. He looks like he's going to take his jacket off. I don't buy this. I just don't buy that this is how these two would be acting in this moment. I get the vibe that they're like working together. Cody looking over at Punk. Punk standing up. You know, if there was another team in the ring right now, I would expect them to turn around and start murking the other team, like, as a swerve. They do start brawling at each other, but I don't know, man. This segment ain't it for me. There's a couple of nice lines in there. Okay, we've got a brawl on the outside. CM Punk going into the commentary table. Cody hates the word tomorrow because he knows tomorrow is losing. OTMK, shout out to you. Brawl on the outsides. Cody going over the commentary table. The promo started off good, but too much aura farming. Yeah, I think you've cracked that. I agree. Too much like, you know, I just don't buy it. I feel they're brawling on the outside. We got some people coming in to separate these two. CM Punk jumping up on the commentary table. Cody on the commentary table. Now they're going to blows on top of the commentary table. Exchanging blows back and forth. We got a lot of security trying to separate them. People trying to drag them apart. Shots coming in. They managed to do it. CM Punk being dragged away. Boos raining down. CM Punk trying to get back after Cody, and they're going back at it again into the barricades. We've reached the time now for this to conclude. CM Punk going over by that barricades. So this thing coming to blows. More shots coming in by these two. Again, even these shots just don't look very good to me as the show comes to an end. So that was this week's show. That's what we ended up getting this week. I mean, this thing did finally come to blows, and it just ended with a beatdown. I think they're just trying to get a bit of heat, you know, in this feud. Whether you bought it or didn't buy it, it's up to you. Sunny said, please consider joining the Daze Discords. Yeah, it is a place for the community to hang out if you are looking for somewhere to hang out. Sunny, shout out to you. Okay, Liam said, unpopular opinion, but I like it. I'm a big believer that the big men and women need to be big men and women. I miss the old days of big guys being treated that way. Look at Andre and Mark Henry. What's that in reference to? Is that in reference to Lash? The big talking point on SmackDown has got to be Haku, says Connor. Maybe Carmelo. I can't quite decide. I can tell you that Giulia Lash, bad 44%. Nathan, shout out to you. Two horrible segments at the end, but overall, a great show, said Davids. Nathan said it's been great being back. Opala said 6.9. I did like the show. I bought the feud. It felt real to me. Giulia losing, though, that was ridiculous. Cody is turning heel 100%, said Henry. SmackDown was fine. Now bring on SummerSlam. RTX said, are we happy with the people in the ladder match? I don't think it matters. We know it was meant to be Rhea. So, you know, they've put this ladder match on instead. We've just grabbed 5 women to be in it. You can debate if it's right, if it's wrong, and all that sort of stuff. But truthfully, we're going down a road that we was not doing. This wasn't even a match, was it? This was meant to be Rhea defending the title. So, you know, I suppose I don't understand why Charlotte and Jade have been added when it felt like they were going to have a separate match anyway. Couldn't we have done Charlotte Jade as a separate match? Because then that would have freed up 2 spots, because Charlotte and Jade are in that ladder match. And then you could have had Giulia and you could have had Nia. They could have gone in. And then you would have had Charlotte Jade as a separate match. And I don't think people would have been too down on that as a separate match if it had had a decent build. And it felt like that was where it was heading, as a separate match. So I suppose I don't really care who's in it, because we're going down a road we wasn't meant to be going down anyway. And I fully expect Rhea to come back relatively soon and beat whoever wins this match to continue her run as champion. So in the grand scheme of things, I don't think it's going to matter. But I do question as to why you've put Charlotte Jade in rather than giving them a separate match. And then you could have had 2 more spots for 2 other people. But again, it's come down to someone somewhere making a decision and deciding to go in this direction. The last match, I think they should treat her as a big woman, make her squash people, build her up as this force, said Liam. Got you. It's going to be a great weekend, though, said Texas RM. I agree, buds. I'm looking forward to it this weekend. They could have done Charlotte Jade, Tiffany Blake as originally planned and had 5 women in the ladder match, but they are morons, says Robbie. Black Onyx said 625 for me tonight. Shining Wizard said this week's NXT was better. That's going to be my new catchphrase. Okay, I realised, unless I missed it, this was the first show in a while where Johnny and Candice didn't appear. Oh yeah, you're right. Perhaps they'll be in a little backstage thing afterwards where we get Johnny and Candice. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow with our SummerSlam, obviously, streams. We're going to be here hours before the countdown. We're going to be getting into all the conversations and everything. So really looking forward to all of that. If you're around, swing by, share your thoughts. We'll try and get to as much as we possibly can. And then, straight the way through into SummerSlam. So, yeah, I'm going to go and do the breakdown now. But appreciate everyone joining us. Enjoy the rest of your evenings. And we will see you in a moment for the breakdown. And if not, we will see you hopefully at some point tomorrow for SummerSlam. Bye for now.